Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's turn to item 4. Item 4 in today's order paper. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start from page 1 of votes and proceedings. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page number 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page number 17, page 18, page 19, page number 20, and finally page number 21. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the votes and proceedings of 12 December 2023 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, so we turn to item 6. Yes.
Speaker, may we vary order of business and at the commencement of public business, Speaker, we're taking item 6. Item 6G on page 6. We're taking G to J, H, I, and J. And Speaker, with the G, I will seek your leave for it to be done by the former ranking member of the committee. And the paper is here, if you will take it.
We are starting with G. Honorable Whip, are we starting with G?
This is so, Speaker.
Very well. So, honorable members. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm still a member of the committee, so I can lay it on behalf of my chairman. So, from GI to IV.
Very well. So, honorable members, come with me to page 6. Page 6, item 6G. We are starting with I, and IV. And it will be laid by the minority chief whip.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Railways Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Speaker, we are not laying IV on J. We're leaving out IV.
Very well. So, honorable members, the report of GI, I have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Roads and Highways for consideration. They are for distribution to honorable members. Sorry. Yes.
So I will seek your leave to take 6H. 6H. I and II.
Very well. Leave granted.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honorable members, the reports of HI, II have been duly presented. They are for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker, may we take I. 6 I. Speaker, if I may take it, with your leave.
Very well.
Reports of the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism and Youth, Sport and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. The report is for distribution to honourable members. Yes,
Speaker,
Leader.
J. And with your leave, I may take it.
Leave granted.
Reports of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, 6K. And Speaker, if you were kind enough, let me take it. It's your leave.
You mean K?
Yes, 6K.
K.
That's the next page, 7. First item.
So K-I-I-I. Go ahead.
Report of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology on the determination of the urgency of the Environmental Protection Bill 2023.
Honourable members, the report of KIII have been duly presented. They are for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, may we go on to the next page, page 8, and take so we are page 8, item 6Q, and we are limiting ourselves to III. We are leaving out II.
Come again. So you are dealing with I.
You are dealing with QI and QIII.
Okay.
Leaving out II.
Okay.
With your leave, Speaker.
Leave granted.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the report of 6QI have been duly presented. The reports are for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, may we come back to 7, page 7, still under item 6. 6, N for Noah, II. 6, NII. We are leaving out I.
We are leaving out I.
Yes, and we are taking II.
Okay, honourable members, let's come back to page 7. Item 6N. N. We are dealing with NII. Yes, you may go ahead.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the report of 6NII has been duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honourable members. Yes.
Speaker, I just related to my colleague, and the decision is to go on to the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill to take the consideration at page 36.
Yes. Yes. So, proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family value bills at consideration stage. So, Chairman, where is the chairman of the committee and the ranking?
Speaker, we can proceed.
We can proceed.
We've agreed to do a number of clauses while we wait on leadership. But for the meantime, we want to do a few clauses.
So, yesterday, where did we get up to?
Right, Honourable Speaker, yesterday the Speaker put on ice clause 4 and clause 6. Even though we've worked on the amendments, we would think that we want to wait for the leadership to be present to see the corrections. So we will leave clause 4 and 6 and continue with clause 7. So we will start with clause VIII, clause 7. If I have your permission, I would move the amendment on behalf
Clause 7, that's page 37.
Page 37.
Okay. Okay. So the proposed amendment by Okay, so the proposed amendment is by the majority leader, but the head notes have not been read.
Procuration.
Yes. Yes. So the amendment proposed by majority leader do you have his mandate to?
I have the authority of the majority leader, Honourable Chairman Sambosu, to move the amendment on his behalf.
Okay, so
amendment proposed clause 7, paragraph A, line 1. After threat, insert obstruction, deterring, improper or corrupt means, molestation. And right, Honourable Speaker, the motive or the rationale for this is to expand the scope of the bill at the provision, the clause as it stands right now. So it will read, a person who by threat, obstruction, deterring, improper or corrupt means, molestation or intimidation procures another person to engage in a sexual activity prohibited under this act. That is what the new rendition.
So that will be the new rendition.
Yes, please.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment. Is there any counter amendment? So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes, leader.
Speaker, I don't intend to take you backwards, but I heard my colleague say that he has the authority of the leader of the House to move his amendment. Would he be kind enough to carry us along the reasoning behind this amendment?
Leader, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
If he's able to tell us what the reasons are for the amendment.
He just said it.
I didn't hear it. If you can repeat it. That is a very important bill, and this clause is equally important.
Very well.
Very Honourable Speaker, the reason why we as sponsors agree with the proposal as proposed, the amendment as proposed by the majority leader, is that the current rendition just says a person who by threat or intimidation. But if you look at the amendment being proposed, a person can procure not only by threat or intimidation, but can even do that by obstruction, by deterring, or by improper or corrupt means, or even molestation. So what this does is to expand the scope of that provision in the Act. And that's why for us, we think that it actually strengthens the provision in the Act, so that instead of it just being a person who by threat or intimidation, it will now become a person who by threat, obstruction, deterring, improper or corrupt means, molestation, or intimidation procures another person to engage in a sexual activity prohibited under this Act. And so that's why we think that this is a worthwhile amendment that we should carry.
Very well. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 7, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. 7A, line 1. Proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee.
Honourable Speaker, once again, I have the authority to move this because this is an amendment by the sponsors and the committee, agreed at committee. That stands in the name of the chairman.
But where is the chairman?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is he's on his way to the chamber. I spoke with him this morning. He says he's on his way into the chamber.
Well, I don't want a situation whereby probably his reason for proposing the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm saying, that this amendment that stands is actually by virtue, if you read the committee's report, is an agreement between the sponsors and the committee based on our engagement during after the first reading of the bill.
Okay, let's hear you.
And even the rationale is stated in the committee's report.
Let's hear you.
So the amendment proposed, paragraph A, line 1, delete threat or intimidation and insert threat, intimidation, or inducement. And Mr. Speaker, per the committee's report, the rationale stated there is to broaden the scope of the prohibited acts. So instead of just using threats or intimidation, we are making it threats, intimidation, or inducement, because the committee drew the attention of the sponsors that people do procuration, which is basically attracting people into this act, not only by threats, not only by intimidation, but at times by even offering money, which is inducement. So we are seeing the addition of inducement into that bill. So basically it will then read, a person who by threat, but Mr. Speaker, just so that we are clear, it is going to now read, based on the previous amendment that we had carried, it will now read, a person who by threat, obstruction, deterring, improper or corrupt means, molestation, intimidation, or inducement procures another person to engage in a sexual activity prohibited under this act. So basically what the committees is to add one more layer, inducement, to what had been agreed earlier on by the House. Thank you.
So what will be the rendition? Just get the rendition.
Once again, the rendition is going to read, a person who by threat, obstruction, deterring, improper or corrupt means, molestation, intimidation, or inducement procures another person to engage in the sexual activity prohibited under this act, or That will be the new rendition.
Very well. The majority leadership is empty. Your seats are empty.
Apologies, I had to speak with the first deputy. Extremely important.
Very well. So, honourable members, the proposed amendment of the chairman of the committee has been read to us. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. So we turn to paragraph A, line 1, proposed amendment by Mr. Samuel Nati George. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that this amendment is also captured by the previous one, so I would, with the leave of the House, withdraw the amendment, because what I am seeking to insert, inducement, has been captured already in the previous amendment. So I withdraw with the leave of the House.
Very well. So let me now put clause 7 in its entirety. All those in favor of clause 7 as variously amended, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 as variously amended is carried and is therefore stands part of the bill. Are we moving on to clause 8?
Detention with intent to commit prohibited sexual activity.
The proposed amendment is by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
So today you are doing amendment of majority leader, amendment of the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it has been the practice over the past few days.
Very well. So let's do the clause 8 and probably we'll refer back to the estimates.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed lines 2 and 3, delete an offence and insert a misdemeanor, and in line 4, delete of not less than 1 year and not more than 5 years, and insert not more than 3 years. And Mr. Speaker, the rationale for this was to align with the sentencing regime in the jurisdiction. However, taking a cue from yesterday and the conversation that went on yesterday, it will be important that we insert a further amendment with a minimum sentencing. And so, if it will please the House, since we are standing down the provisions from yesterday with minimum sentencing, even though there are amendments for that, we want the Speaker and the leader to be present, I would plead that we also step down 8 so that we insert the same, for consistency's sake, the same minimum requirements in 8.
Well. So clause 8 is also stepped down. We move on to clause 9.
Keeping a brothel for a prohibited sexual activity.
Clause 9. Proposed amendment by the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, once again, this is an amendment between the sponsors and the chairman, the committee. So the proposed amendment is to delete and insert the following. 9. A person commits a misdemeanor if the person A keeps or manages or assists in the management of a brothel for the purposes of a sexual activity prohibited under this act. B, being a tenant, lessee, or occupier or person in charge of premises knowingly permits the premises or a part of the premises to be used as a brothel for the purposes of a sexual activity prohibited under this act. Or C, being the lessor or landlord of any premises or the agent of a lessor or landlord, I, let the premises or a part of the premises with the knowledge that the premises or that part of the premises is to be used as a brothel for the purposes of a sexual activity prohibited under this act, or I, is willfully a party to the continued use of the premises or a part of the premises as a brothel for the purposes of a sexual activity prohibited under this act. As we move, right, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, the proposed amendment to 9 has been read. Is there any counter opinion?
Mr. Speaker, it may not necessarily be a counter opinion, but if you look at the further amendments to clause 9, as proposed by the Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu, which is an amendment he discussed with me, I believe that if we do an integration of both amendments, it will give us a better rendition, because he dealt with the fact that if you look at the current amendment of the committee, what you have is, it mentions in one place premises. In another provision, it doesn't mention premises, it says brothel. So if you read his further amendment, it talks about movable assets, a room or a house. So if we can merge the language of 9, we can then proceed with it.
So you are saying the majority leader discussed it with you?
Yes, he
okay. Then let me suggest that since the amendment was moved or inserted by the chairman, and the majority leader is also having different, let's step that 1, 2 down, so that when he is here, we can get things clearer. So let's step clause 9 as well. Let's step it down, so that when majority leader and the chairman himself is here, we can clear the air. So,
Speaker, with respect, we had earlier engaged. There is an amendment to be moved by one of the sponsors. I think it stands in the name of the Honorable Sam George. So I want to take that one, and then we will lay a paper and suspend for an hour. Then a number of the reports. No. Then we'll suspend for an hour. Then a number of the reports would have crystallized, and we can take many of the estimates. So I've seen in your hand the reports on fisheries. But if the House so pleases, we can take that motion before we suspend for an hour. Who?
Mr. Speaker, since the amendment on page 40, clause 12, XX and then XXII in the name of Honorable Sam George, if you would be kind enough for him to move those amendments, then we can suspend as requested by the majority whip, and then we can move on to another business.
So it means we are skipping clause 10, we are skipping clause 11, we are skipping even clause 12. The first one was proposed by the chairman. So if your proposal is to just allow Honorable Sam George's amendment, then we will deal with clause 12, sub-clause 2. Honorable Member Fadaku, I'm just trying to get you out.
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to do clause 12, those in the name of Honorable Sam George, that so we can skip the rest, and then when we reconvene, we can continue.
Very well. So, honorable members, yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, I noticed that on clause 12, of which there are proposed amendment by the honorable member for Ngo Pram, XIX, Chairman is proposing that that whole clause should be deleted. Then you go to XX. Honorable member for Pram is saying it should amend A and B. And then, so if you jump the proposed amendment for proposed by the chairman and you go to the next ones, I think that you may be confusing the issues. So I rather suggest that you defer so that take a decision whether or not you want to delete it or you want to amend it. Once you amend it and then you come back and then there's an argument to suggest that we should delete it, would have wasted our efforts. That's my suggestion to you, Speaker.
Well. So I think I'll go with the First Deputy Speaker, because if we are dealing with clause 12, the first one was proposed by the chairman, and I think it will flow from it. So jumping into clause 2 by Sam George, it will be a bit. So let's hold on. Yes.
Just to provide some clarity, yesterday the Speaker made reference to clause 12 because if you remember, in stepping down clause 4, the chairman's argument actually was that clause 4 was taken care of in clause 12. And so that's why the Speaker said that we should then step clause 4 down and come and deal with clause 12. So it means that yesterday we had even come to the point where we were saying that we're going to include 4 in 12. So, but if the decision is that we should wait, because the decision has been taken that 12 will actually stand with amendments. So that was what we did.
So that even explains further that we have to hold on till the chairman comes, so that we can all understand why he's proposing the full amendment. So we will come to the end of consideration at this stage.
Speaker, may we turn to page 4. Page 4 of today's order paper. We are just...
Page?
Speaker, with respect, page 4. 4, item 6C. Speaker, with your leave, to be taken by the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Okay, before I will grant the leave, let me acknowledge our children from Enyausotium, God the First Preparatory School, who are here to witness parliamentary proceedings, and they are being led by Philip. Is it Philip? Philip Akron, who is the head teacher, and the school is located at Enyausotium. You are welcome. Yes. Now, the Vice Chairman, you may do so on behalf of your chairman. That is page 4 4A. Yes. Page 4A. Yes,
Speaker, pardon me, it's 4, is page 4 and item 6C. 6C on page 4.
Very well. So it's rather page 4, item 6C, by the chairman
Report
of communication.
Of the Committee on Communications on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Information for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honourable members.
Speaker, may we?
The report is to be distributed to honourable.
Right, Honourable Speaker, respectfully, before a committee's report is laid before this House, the minority side, the ranking and deputy ranking in leadership, must see the report. On our side, we have not seen the report. So how are you laying a report before this House that the minority side, either ranking or deputy, have not seen? No, I mean, we should do things right. So please, I pray this House to withdraw that laying, because we have not seen the report.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. But Mr. Speaker, let us all be aware. We are almost running out of days that we can take the reports and pass them before the appropriation bill and adjournment on the 22nd. At this rate, Mr. Speaker, we are also aware we may not even be sitting on Tuesday, which is the day for the district level elections. So all committee chairmen and rankings must make it a point, if the reports are ready, they should prompt the whip so that we can lay them, so that we don't waste time today and then be struggling midnight on other days to get this thing done. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraging chairmen and rankings to work together to make sure reports are ready for us to lay. He's right, if they haven't seen it, it's an issue. But I will encourage everybody, work together with the leadership of your committee to make sure the reports you are all in agreement so that we can lay the reports. Mr. Speaker, even with that, I think there are two reports that the leadership of those committees are available. Agri committee, I can see my ranking and then chairman. So maybe we can move on to those ones while we address the other issues.
Honourable member for Pram, your concern has been taken care of. I hope we will look at it again. So, Honourable
Speaker, may we go on to page 11? Page 11 and take item 10. And Speaker, I will seek your leave for it to be done by the able Deputy Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development.
Page 11, motion 10. Page 11, motion 10. Honourable members, let me invite you to page 11. Page 11, motion listed 10. Where is the minister? Yes, Deputy Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion that this Honourable House approves the sum of 298,772,253 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, this amount will go a long way to help us look at our marine space in terms of fisheries resources. The marine space, which has seen some depletion and now getting some recovery in terms of rebuilding the stock. we also need a lot of the regulations to ensure that there's enforcement. As we speak, by the grace of and the support of the committee and the House, we've been able to bring our VMS to speed. Now we're also piloting the EMS, which we want to roll out early next year. So these are all ways to ensure that there's enforcement and also to ensure that we reduce IUU to its barest minimum. Mr. Speaker, aquaculture development is also key. It's the most viable alternative to ensure that whilst we're working with the management measures to replenish the stock, aquaculture has become the alternative way of increasing local or domestic production. And we think that the support in there will also help us. In that sense, we're also trying to come out with a pilot system to reduce or get another recipe for the formulation of a feed that will reduce the cost of production drastically. That work is ongoing. Then under aquaculture for food and jobs, we've targeted youth, we've targeted SHS schools, we've targeted additional prisons also to work on. Mr. Speaker, when you come to fish health and post-harvest management and handling, it's also a key policy area that this amount is also going to support us with. Mr. Speaker, we also continue with the collaboration with the Academia and Research Institute for more research work. We are also developing more fisheries and aquaculture infrastructure development. Amran here has been completed. Anumabo is on board at 93% completion. We need to bring Anumabo to completion so that it will be a source of educational facility for short-term courses and also as a college for tertiary knowledge burden for more fisheries knowledge into. So, Mr. Speaker, by and large, this amount is really going to support us. And I move the motion, and I so move that the House approve the said amount so we can work at the ministry and put more fish on the table of the Ghanaian. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. First, I'll give you the opportunity, but let me go to the chairman of the committee to second and read the committee's report so that you'll be fully aware of the report and comment on. So, chairman of the committee, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion listed on page 11, the motion number 10 listed on page 11 of today's order paper, as has been moved by the Deputy Minister for the Ministry for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, that this House approves the sum of 298,772,250 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee's report and urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read while I proceed to read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee has thoroughly examined the budget estimates of the Ministry for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the 2024 financial year and is satisfied that the policies and programs outlined for the year will go a long way to ensure that the sector grows to support the economy of the country. Mr. Speaker, the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the total sum of 298 million 772,253 Ghana cedis to implement planned programs and activities the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the 2024 financial year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, let him come to. No, let him come to ranking first. Or I should give the Speaker. The ranking says I should give you the offer first. So, Mr. Speaker, you may take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought the ranking will finish now. Mr. Speaker, I'm only interested in what has been happening in my constituency with regards to fisheries and aquaculture development. 5 or 6 different young people and an elderly person come to my house and says, I want to engage in fish farming. And I call the Honorable Deputy Minister, and he links me to people, and they are giving the figure links to support them. So now I think that it is an area in agriculture that we should encourage people to participate in, because the support that they get from the ministry is very encouraging. And indeed, they keep coming. Once this one hears that, when the MP spoke to the minister, they linked them up and they got support, then more and more young people are coming. I think it is a very encouraging prospect, and we should encourage. I'm generally a fish fan, so anybody working on fish farming is my friend, and I encourage young people and even retirees like me to look at going into fish farming, being assured that the ministry will support them. That's what I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Kwame, why are you laughing? Because he mentioned retiree.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, he's still here. He's an aspiring retiree. He's not yet retired.
Yes. Let me come to Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate with the motion on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, the fishery sector is an important sector to our economy, but it appears much attention is not being given to that sector. Mr. Speaker, last year, this House approved an amount of 213 million for the ministry to operationalize its outlined activities. As at the end of September, we are told that 86 million out of 230 million had been released to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, even the 86, 20 million was just an additional funds provided by the Ministry of Finance for them to cushion the farmers during the fishers during the close season period. And so technically, 66 million out of the 230 million was released to the ministry for their activities. When you look at the compensation budget of close to 20 million and the rest for goods and services, technically, the ministry did not have anything significant for capital expenditure. And this is a worrying situation that must be addressed, because the potential exists in that industry to transform the Ghanaian economy. Unfortunately, they are not getting the resources. We are still under yellow card. We are working hard to get out of that yellow card situation, which means that if we are not careful, seafood from Ghana cannot be allowed entry into European markets, and that will be a disaster for us. So I think that going forward, we have to make available adequate resources, a clear attempt to use fisheries to generate growth for our country. Mr. Speaker, another important point worth mentioning has to do with point number 92 in the report on page 18. The committee reports on premise fuel. Mr. Speaker, the target for the whole year was 107,288,000 liters. So for 2023, the Premier Secretariat targeted the supply of 107 million liters of premise fuel. Unfortunately, as at the end of September, the Secretariat is reporting that only 25 million has been discharged out of 107 million. Mr. Speaker, within the same period last year, the ministry was able to do 39 million. So you see that this year, the fishers are not getting the premise fuel. The only explanation the ministry gave was that suppliers are unwilling to supply the premise because of the forest losses. The vulnerability in the exchange rates leading to forest losses, as a result of which our farmers are not getting the premise fuel. So they are now buying from the market at the prevailing market prices. And that explains why fish prices are going up. Mr. Speaker, the food inflation we are witnessing is partly being driven by prices of fish in our country, because the fishers are not getting the subsidized premise fuel, even though they are ready to pay the little that they have to pay. And government is also ready to subsidize it. The exchange rate vulnerabilities is having a toll in all these sectors, and it is an issue that must be addressed urgently, especially now that we are moving into the Christmas festivities, where a lot of families will be consuming fish. The price of fish is likely to go up during the festivities because the demand will rise. And Mr. Speaker, we need to look at that as well. In fact, this is something that has not been happening with the sector until recently. Last year, the explanation was that government was owing the suppliers, government was not paying them, and they were not willing to supply. This time around, the minister says that they have paid all the suppliers, but because of the vulnerabilities in the exchange rate, they say when they supply, they incur a lot of losses, and they are not willing to supply again. Who is in charge of the economy? And who is not fixing this problem to restore some kind of stability in the system to enable our farmers get the premise at the price that we will all be comfortable with? And then, Mr. Speaker, another important point worth mentioning, and this is also captured in the report under paragraph 21, under page 21, paragraph 9.6, Farmers' Day celebration. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important celebration that every Ghanaian must observe. Unfortunately, during the celebration, the best fish farmer is not given the award. In 2021, the best fish farmer was to be given 2-bedroom house. The ceremony, which was attended by His Excellency the President and all the state apparatus, Mr. Speaker, it was all over the country that the best fish farmer was going to be given 2-bedroom house. As we speak, the house has not been completed. And the ministry is now asking for 500,000 Ghana cedis, 500,000 Ghana cedis to be able to complete the building and then hand it over to the best fish farmer. Mr. Speaker, this is something that must not be told anywhere. We don't have to allow this to happen. Somebody has worked very hard to put food on our table. And as a nation, we want to recognize his contributions. We are saying that, look, we are giving you this as an award. We have told the whole world that we are giving the person 2-bedroom house. 2021, we are now doing 2024 budget. And we are now looking for 50,000 to be able to complete the facility and hand over to the person. Just because the ministry says that because they don't have the capacity to even put up the houses. Now they are saying that they are not going to build houses for the awardees again. They are looking at something small that can be presented within a short time. This is unacceptable. Honorable Minister, I'm speaking from the report. I said 50,000. So, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is that if we are a minister and we are concerned about this, you should be interested in how you can honor some of these promises. Because it's a shame that sometimes we promise our farmers and we are unable to deliver. Even those who won the awards last year, the 2023 awards that we have just given, the 2023, Mr. Speaker, we have not delivered the awards. The minister informed the committee. The minister informed the committee in the presence of the chairman of the committee. Chairman is here, he can attest to that. That they are now mobilizing to offer the awards. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair. I think that there should be a budget item and a budget line, an item dedicated to the provision of the awards, so that when somebody emerges as the winner, immediately whatever is due that person will be given. And so we will have to look at that. Otherwise, they will see us as people playing tricks on them. They will say that you have won, and then 2 years you haven't heard anything about your award. Mr. Speaker, this is not a healthy development. And we think that the Honorable Minister here, even though the Minister for Fisheries himself is not here, the Deputy is here, the Regional Minister is also here. They should take note that government must be responsible. Whatever you say, you should be able to honor. You don't go about saying that, oh, I've awarded you, then you go and sleep somewhere as if nothing is coming. When you say you must deliver, that's how you maintain the integrity of government. Mr. Speaker, then there is also the issue of delay in the completion of the Anumabo Fisheries College. So, Speaker, the Anumabo Fisheries College, the whole project was started in 2011. And as at the time we were handing over to the MPP, the project was 66% complete. So they needed to add the 34 to operationalize the whole facility. The intention for putting up that college was to bring science to bear with fisheries activities. Mr. Speaker, it has to do with data. They will gather the data, then that data will inform decisions that will impact on the development and sustainability of our fishery resources. Unfortunately, we are in the 8th year. The budget we are talking is the 8th budget of the MPP, and they are saying that they need 40 million Ghana cedis to be able to complete the Anumabo College. Mr. Speaker, I think we are not giving the deserved attention to this important facility. And I will entreat the minister. If the finance minister were to be here, it would have been a very useful exercise. Because they control the resources. They must make available the needed resources to enable the ministry to complete this facility, so that we can train our people in fisheries. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker spoke about how we can use aquaculture to increase our fish production. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, fish consumption is hovering around 1 million metric tons, and our production is less than 400,000 metric tons. A little above 400,000 metric tons. We are not even close to 500. So the import bill is very huge. We are importing a lot of fish into this country, and we have also depleted our marine resources. And so when they go on fishing, they held the net. The catch that they bring out, majority of the catch, you see plastics. You don't see much of fish. And that is the reality. So the way to go is to focus on aquaculture development. That is why some of us thought that aquaculture will be one of the flagship, aquaculture development will be one of the flagship programs of this government. But when you look at the flagship programs listed in this budget, aquaculture development is out. So they have abolished that completely. So there's the need for us, as a way of improving upon fish production, invest hugely in aquaculture development, as we were doing during our time. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is this project that must be critically interrogated. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because this automation of premise fuel distribution, the automation project, is intention to halt diversion and corruption in the distribution of premise fuel in our system, because the fuel is subsidized, and if it gets to the fishers at that price, it will also reflect in the pricing of fish in our country. Mr. Speaker, government awarded 300 sites for the automation. The report says that out of the 300, 50 has been completed and 20 as we speak are operational. The 30 are now waiting for electricity to be extended so that they can be operational. But Mr. Speaker, what surprises me is that even though the funding is coming from our internally generated resources, the contract was awarded in dollars. $56 million. For what reason? Can they explain to us why the Ghanaian taxpayer is paying cedis for them to work and then they decided to award the contract in dollars? It is in the report, $56 million. For what reason? Are we abandoning our cedi? We have problems with the fluctuation of our cedi, of our currency, and every day we complain about it. And we sit in the house allowing the ministry to award contracts in dollars. For what reason? Mr. Speaker, again, they are talking about consultancy services. That's even unheard of. So it's an issue that this committee is going to interrogate and then report back to the House. Because they are committing $1.4 million, $1.4 million for consultancy. And the consultancy has been divided into two. $1.4 million for 150 units, another $1.4 million for 150 units. Mr. Speaker, this is so serious that the chairman has ruled that our committee will investigate and a report on this will be laid before this House for the House to look at. It is a serious matter that must be seriously interrogated. Mr. Speaker, we are told that the Ministry of Finance has released an amount of 94 million Ghana cedis to pay part of the contract sum. That is what is baffling me. That is what is confusing. So what was the reason? The rationale behind the award of the contract in dollars. If indeed the Ghanaian taxpayer who is funding this project is paying cedis, why did they award the contract in dollars? That's because is somebody benefiting from this dollar-denominated contract, or what is the reason? Probably my majority chief will explain. So this committee is giving the assurance to the House. We are giving the assurance to the House that we will investigate into the matter and then furnish the House with a report as to what actually is happening relative to the contract on the automation.
Honorable Regional Minister for Greater Accra it's
good for me.
It's having an issue with you.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the contribution ably being made by a former regional minister on the other side. But Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling to understand when he says somebody is making profit out of a dollar transaction. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records. And I think that if he cannot substantiate, then he should withdraw safe. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, I hope you heard him. Can you substantiate this allegation? If you cannot, then you better have a way
Mr. Speaker,
of doing away.
I think I did not make a categorical statement that somebody is better. I said if somebody. So it was a conditional statement which ought to be understood from that perspective by my colleague, the young regional minister. You are dealing with your senior regional minister, so be careful. Mr. Speaker, what is most important is that that contract, which was awarded in dollars, will be interrogated by the committee and the findings will be made available to the House. Mr. Speaker, my last point has to do with observers. The law requires that we recruit observers who will accompany the vessels whenever they are operating to ensure that they comply with the rules and regulations. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at the spirit, the wording of the law, clearly these observers are supposed to be recruited by government, paid by government, so they can work for government. Unfortunately, there have not been any proper arrangement under which these observers are recruited. So monitoring of the vessels is becoming a challenge. And Mr. Speaker, we have to monitor our waters very well. There is a need for us to improve security on our waters. Just in 2021, between January and October, we recorded about 21 incidents of pirate attacks where people attacked fishers on the sea, demanded ransom before releasing them. And so there is a need for the government to make available enough resources to the Ministry of Fisheries so that they can invest in the security of our waters. Otherwise, all that we are doing will come to nothing. And then again, Mr. Speaker, we are also looking at sustainability. These are resources given to us by God. We have to manage these resources in such a way that one day, when we leave, the upcoming generation will also come and benefit from.
Speaker, with respect, I know how meticulous the ranking member is, but he's veering into uncharted waters. He's talking about the security of our waters, and he's linking it to the Ministry of Fisheries. If he doesn't know, he should seek. The Ministry of Defense has procured a number of security vessels, and it is not the responsibility of the Fishery Ministry to protect our water bodies. So that he should,
Leader, for this, I don't side. Leader, he's talking about pirates. I mean, they are entering
he's trying to deceive you with an approach. That is one of his modus operandi. He will lead you astray. So that he's trying to mislead you. It is the Ministry of Defense responsibility. It is not the fisheries responsibility to provide security vessels. Abba.
Yes. Honorable Eric, I think you've taken a lot of time. You may conclude.
Yes, because of the hecklings. If they allow me to have a smooth...
Honorable Eric, nobody has heckled you. Nobody has heckled you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Just conclude for us.
Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip is saying that the Ministry of Fisheries has nothing to do with the security of our waters. And he is saying that that should be the duty of the Defense Ministry to do that. I think that he's also a young man in the House. He's a young man in the House, even though he's a big man now. He knows very well that when it comes to security, collaboration is very, very important. And those of us are working on the Committee on Fisheries, the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs. We had the meeting with the security agencies, with directors from the Ministry of Fisheries some time ago. We have to develop strategies to ensure the safety of our waters. Because the Ministry of Fisheries has to do with how they can manage the resources. Management of the resources can never exclude the security, the safety of their operations. So the two are intertwined. You cannot separate them. But Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the most important aspect of all that we are doing has to do with sustainability measures. This generation is dissipating every resource of our state as if the world is coming to an end today. But Mr. Speaker, we have children, grandchildren, and we have to protect these resources for them to come and inherit. The depletion of our fishery resources must be ended. It must come to an end now. And that is why we are asking for more resources for the ministry. Mr. Speaker, sometimes some of us who understand the fishery sector believe that this government is not giving the ministry the deserving attention. And that is why we cannot talk about sustainability measures. Even though they have crafted the strategies, they don't have the resources to actualize them. So the Ministry of Finance must appreciate the importance of the fishery sector and the fact that we can use that sector to engender growth, to generate more jobs, to put more money into the pockets of Ghanaians, so that we can revolutionize the blue economy. Otherwise, they are only paying lip service. Last year, 213 you delivered only 66. And this year, you are saying that you are allocating 289. Even 213, you gave just 66. And now you are saying 289. I mean, are you realistic in your projections? When you say deliver, that is how you can restore hope and maintain integrity as a government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to leadership.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking. There is somebody else to speak. Mr. Speaker, we have just started the debate on the estimate. This is the one that the Finance Ministry must listen to in terms of the debate, because the policy one is just English. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, not a single person from the Ministry of Finance is here. We have some of our colleagues being deputy ministers and others. So, Mr. Speaker, the majority side must immediately take action to ensure that at least one of the deputy ministers is here to listen to what we are saying. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we are talking to ourselves. The people who are taking the decision not to allocate monies or allocate monies are somewhere else. So what is the point of having a debate if they are not here, Mr. Speaker? So I will encourage the majority whip to take the necessary steps to ensure that by 2 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, a deputy minister must be here. Otherwise, we will suspend the debate and we will surely break on 22nd. And nobody is going to kill himself on this floor to work till 3 a.m. or on 23rd because it's Christmas time, Mr. Speaker. So take note, Mr. Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, he has served notice, and your notice has been observed duly. It's only that I'm just surprised you are blowing hot and cold. A while ago, you had said that we are running out of time. A while ago, you had also acknowledged we had conversation. You have also acknowledged that Speaker,
Honorable Yusuf.
Speaker, I will not space head over this. He's right. We will do the needful, but except he should also observe that yesterday we had met on critical issues, common fund and other matters that are very important to members, and the Minister, Honorable Osasai, was tasked. I just briefed him on development, and the Finance Committee is also meeting. So meetings are underway. The Finance Committee is meeting. Abno Osasai is expected there. Other deputy minister together with the minister is expected there. Let's also be fair. We are all running out of time, and we are trying to squeeze time out of the limited space we have. Ideally, you will not listen. You see, you will not listen, and then you come and draw conclusions. Ideally, they should be here. Speaker, but that notwithstanding, we will do everything within our power to make sure they come and listen to the debate. So let's...
Honorable Whip, I think the issue raised by your colleague is very critical. I mean, we don't have to just gloss over everything. I mean, the debate is based on recommendations. Honorable Eripopoku has raised so many issues with respect to fisheries ministry, to the extent that I personally think that any of the ministers, I mean the Minister of State, the Minister himself, or any of the deputies, should have been here to take note of this. It's not only about this particular issue. I think they should be sitting in all the estimates that we are going to take, so that they will take Parliament seriously, whatever recommendation we make. It's, other than that, it's like we are talking to ourselves. And I think the onus lies on you to make sure the ministers are brought, especially the Finance Ministry. They are supposed to be here to listen to our debate. This is the estimates, and I share with his view. Yes.
Speaker, you cannot be wrong. You're right. So we will do the needful. And I'm just saying that we shouldn't drag the matter, but we'll make sure what has to be done is done.
Very well. Yes, I'll take the last one from Honorable Member for Kita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I would like to focus on the high cost of input for aquaculture development. As a country, we import a lot of fish products. The one we produce, when in terms of, we import more than over 90% of fish, livestock from outside the country. And then our fishing resources are depleting day in, day out. And then it is very, very necessary to actually go into aquaculture, as the ministry is. There is the mandate of the ministry to do that. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, the aquaculture development, the cost of inputs are very high, and it is making it impossible for Ghanaians and youth to go into aquaculture production. And then, as a committee, we are urging the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, especially the government, to go into collaboration with research institutions, which is already underway. They have actually been able to come up with 2 products of feed for aquaculture. It is now left with the research institutions as well as the ministry to determine which one is very affordable, the cost is very cheaper, and then to allow the farmers to purchase that for the promotion of aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because as I speak to you, when you look at the Ministry of Fishery, they normally go into internally generated fund, they generate internally generated fund. As I speak to you, the Ministry of Finance, still the capping, they have capped the internally generated fund, and then the money that they're supposed to release even to the ministry for the budget they budgeted for, they are not releasing the overall budgets to the ministry. And then when the ministry generates internally generated fund also, they are capping it, and some have to go to the ministry. And I think the Ministry of Finance is not being fair to the ministry, and it's making the ministry not to prosecute its agenda with regards to the fisheries, resources management, and other things. In addition to that, Ghana, things are changing because of climate change, because of so many things are changing. Ghana is zooming into what we call marine protected areas, which is very crucial because we have estuaries, and then we have the Cape St. Paul, and we have all those places where we need to actually protect. And then it is coming under marine protected area. And as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, there is no law in Ghana in terms of marine protected area. And then when you zoom into the ministry, their laws need to be amended. So Fisheries Ministry need to amend the fisheries law, the act, and some regulations to fall into the international domain in terms of the blue economy that is coming up. So they need to do that, and then as a matter of fact, next year they should go into amendment of some of those things. Mr. Speaker, I would like to zoom into what we call the premise rule, reduction in premise rule. As I speak to you this year, the ministry is supposed to get almost about 107,288,000 liters of premise fuel for the 310 landing beach in the country. But as I speak to you today, 25% of that premise fuel is released to the landing beach to actually perform their duty. So that is where the cost of fish, as I speak to you, the cost of fish is very high because fishermen are not able to get the subsidized premise fuel to go at sea, and then it's also making our children to be malnourished in the country because the protein content that is supposed to get from fishing, we are not getting it, and then we have to rely on imports, Mr. Speaker. So as a matter of urgency, we are urging the Ministry of Finance as well as the Ministry of Fisheries to do the needful, and next year they should do the needful and release the subsidized premise fuel for the fisher folks to use. In addition to that, the automation of premise fuel is very key because the inability of the Fisheries Ministry as well as the government to release the premise fuel to the fisher folks, it is making it impossible for automation of over 300 plus fuel stations 30 across the country is not coming to fruition. As I speak to you, it's only 50, and 20 is currently underway, currently working. 30 have been installed, but because of lack of electricity, they are not being functional. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the minister, as well as the ministry, as well as the government, to go into that as well as possible to release full premise fuel for our fisher folk because they have been suffering. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the House to approve this report. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Very well. Leader, you want to comment? Very well. Honorable Minister for Fisheries, will you comment?
Speaker.
Okay, let's.
Speaker, let me comment before he comes.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
He just came in. I was monitoring him. He just came in. Minister, having invited you, I was just commenting that your boss and any of you should be here to listen to the debate. No, don't worry. Don't worry, Abraham. We are happy that you are here. That's what is important. Minister for Fisheries, if you want to say something, let. Yes.
Speaker, I want to plead for your kind indulgence. I didn't want this to come from me, and for our records, the Deputy Minister of Finance is here. I gave a hint of why she was not in the chamber. Speaker, I want to plead with you. Let's just hear from her, because she was engaged with the minority leader. Speaker, it's important for the records. And we are going for primaries.
Leader,
the constitution get to know why she was not in the chamber.
Oh, no.
It's important.
Leader, I'll give her the opportunity, but you see, it's not the only person in the ministry. The minister himself is there and her colleagues. I mean, she has always been here. Okay, Abner, let's hear if you want to say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, leadership and the Ministry of Finance had a meeting on the DACF to reconcile the numbers and make sure that what is due the assemblies and every other person is paid to the person. So, Mr. Speaker, I was tasked to bring the reconciliation figures and everything. So this morning, I was with the minority leader going through the numbers to make sure that we are all on the same page, so that whatever is due the assemblies are paid and whatever is also due MPs are paid. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the reason why I wasn't here early. I was with the minority leader engaged in the task that I was given yesterday. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well noted. But my directives was to the entire ministry, not you per se. I mean the Minister of State, and your colleague, Deputy Minister. So you have always been here. There's no problem at all. So what you just said, we've noted it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, mine is just page 9 of the committee report. I'm not contributing, just language. Paragraph 724. As part of measures to promote compliance of fisheries law. Is there compliance of fisheries law? So the committee should take note. Then, Mr. Speaker, VIII, develop aquaculture guidelines and code of practice and guidelines. One of the guidelines must go. It should be develop aquaculture guidelines and code of practice for the introduction and management of exotic fish species in Ghana. If that's right, just that. Thank you, Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafiamapo, let me give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, reference is paragraph 7, paragraph 2, sub 2, Roman numeral 4. On page 7 of the report, the committee informs the House intends to commence an inland canoe frame survey for the registration of inland and transport canoes. Mr. Speaker, this project has already begun. In my constituency, canoes have been registered, I think, from about 2011. So it has to be a project that they want to continue, because the canoes and transport owners who operate boats on the lake, they have already been registered and they are known. Mr. Speaker, second, let me refer the House to page 9 of the report under paragraph 7.2 sub 3 under aquaculture development. Mr. Speaker, I have noted that the committee in Roman numeral 6, it is to the effect that the International Water Management Institute, in collaboration with Water Research Institute of Ghana and Fisheries Commission, provided 4 canoes, 8 kgs, 16 life jackets, 4 weighing scales, 4 water test kits, 32,000 tilapia fingerlings, and 200 bags of fish feed to 80 farmers. Mr. Speaker, in 4 communities. Mr. Speaker, how can you give 16 life jackets to 80 farmers? How would they share it? Mr. Speaker, I come from the riverine area, and we don't only, there's a whole economy on the water lake. We don't only do fishing, there's a whole commercial activity. So if the fisheries ministry want to make interventions, I want to plead with the ministry to make it a bit more substantial, because 80 farmers sharing 60 life jackets, Mr. Speaker, there will be a fight. Just to point that out. Then, Mr. Speaker, my final point is on paragraph sub 2, sub 5 under aquatic animal health and post-harvest management. Mr. Speaker, I am happy about what the ministry wants to do in 2024, but I'm worried that reference to a post-harvest infrastructure needs assessment was conducted in 5 fishing communities. Mr. Speaker, the House will want to know which communities these are. It's very important that the committee should have indicated the areas where these surveys took place. Mr. Speaker, finally, if you look at the activities earmarked for 2024, reference is made to page 14, paragraph 822 under fisheries resource management. Under Roman numeral 5, the ministry again want to conduct a survey of 6,000 canoe authorization cards. Mr. Speaker, I wish the minister can explain what the ministry means by canoe authorization cards and for which purpose. Then finally, I want to commend the ministry for initiating construction of the automated premixed fuel sites. And I want to urge her to liaise with the respective members of parliament in these areas. For instance, in my constituency, I will be willing to facilitate the extension of electricity to the site, because where the electricity, the LASPO is located and where the project is located is just about 100 meters. And I didn't know that the non-commissioning was as a result of the non-availability of electricity to the site. So we want to help her to be able to commission some of these sites. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I urge the House that the report of 298,772,253,000 be adopted.
Thank you very much. Before I put the question, let me give the floor to the minister if he wants to add something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will first of all want to thank you and thank the leadership of the House and the entire members for considering this budget estimate for Fisheries Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I would want to also thank my colleague member for North Dai for his contribution and ready for collaboration to work with the electricity to get electricity supply for the automation project. And Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that I'm glad to hear him say that the ministry has also contributed with some life jackets for some fish farmers in the area. Mr. Speaker, it's not the duty of the fisheries ministry to give life jackets to fishers, but we did this because we had it available, and that was all that we had, and so we gave out. It's not the duty for the ministry to supply fishers with a life jacket. We did it because that was what we had. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add to his, he mentioned about the canoe identification card, the issuance of canoe identification card. We are doing it along the coast and the inland. This is to enable us identify the number of fishers we have in the community, every community, and the canoes that are operational, so we can supply them with all the inputs that they need. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when we get there, it's very difficult to do distribution because we are not able to get the number of fishers in a particular community. Even when we are to supply premise fuel, we don't know the number of canoes that we have there. And so we are giving them the cards, and they will use the card to assess every input that is to be supplied to them. So that's the reason why we are doing it, not only the inland, but also at the coastal area. Mr. Speaker, I also thank the ranking member for urging the government to give us more resources, but I want to also throw some little light or more light on some of the issues that he raised. Number one is about the contract of the premise automation site. The contract was awarded not in dollars, but in cedis. Is equivalent to that amount in dollars, but we are not paying, and it's not awarded in dollars. That is the correction I will want to also make. And to add to what the chief whip, majority chief whip said about the security when it comes to maritime. Maritime is not under fisheries, Mr. Speaker. It's solely on defense and Ghana maritime. And that is why we had the collaboration we talked about. When there was so much insecurity with the fishing activities, we had to invite the defense or the Navy people to come and have this discussion and ask how they can support the ministry to fight the piracy issue on fishing expedition. So the security of the fishing does not rely solely on the fisheries ministry. That's another correction I will want to make. Mr. Speaker, you also made mention about the Best Farmers Award. The reason why we are not done with the building is he knows very well that there was an issue with that award winner. So we took almost 8 months to 1 year to do investigation to make sure that the fisher had no problem before we could allow the construction to go on. So if the ranking member is saying we are left with 500,000 Ghana cedi to complete, it means we have done the major part of the project, and I think it's left with about just some few touches to complete, and it will be given to the winner. And this year's winners, last year winners award, have been given to them already. We are not yet to give to them. We have done it already. Mr. Speaker, I also thank the ranking member for adding his voice for the Minister of Finance to give us more resources so we can take next our marine resources. It's very important. The ministry is fighting or working hard to make sure that the importation of fish into the country will be a thing of the past. And so we are encouraging aquaculture, and so if we are giving more resources, we can help the farmers as the other colleague member mentioned about the high cost of farm inputs, so that we'll be able to provide them. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I will urge the House to approve the stated amount for the Fisheries Ministry so that we can do much. Thank you so much.
Very well. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 10 in today's order paper, say aye. I'll put the question again. All those in favor of the motion listed 10 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious. The ayes have it. The motion listed 10 in today's order paper is hereby adopted, and that this honourable House approved the sum of 298,772,253 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. Honorable members, before I will take any decision, let me acknowledge at the public gallery the University of Ghana Political Science Association, and they are being led by Eric, is it Quality, who is the SRC Vice President, and they are located in the Ayawas West Wagon constituency. It appears the MP is not here, so you are welcome. You are a member of Parliament is at the committee meeting, so you are welcome, and you can sit down to observe proceedings. Honourable members, let me take you back to item 5. Item 5 in today's order paper, statement, and I have one statement admitted by the Speaker, and the statement is coming from Honourable Suleiman Na Adamu, MP for Time, for emergency issue that he wants to make the House aware of. So, Honourable, but I will ask you to go and read the statement from your chair.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the statement is on the electricity disconnection at Tyne District Hospital. Mr. Speaker, Tyne District Hospital is a 60-bed capacity hospital located in Nsoko, the district capital. It's an ultra-modern facility sited at the outskirts of the town on the Nsoko-Wenchi Highway. It is one of 9 hospital projects executed by Irodia the Invest SA in Ghana. It provides general and specialized services for the people of Tyne and Bana districts. It is headed by a surgeon and a clinical support from 3 medical officers and staff strength of about 350. The facility has an average attendance of about 3,800 patients a month. Mr. Speaker,
Since commencement of operations in the new facility on 6 September 2021, the facility has been billed electricity to a sum of Ghana 7,791,132.50. Monthly bills range between 350,000 to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, out of this amount, however, the facility has managed to pay a total of 75,000, an average of 10,000 per month. This was budgeted based on the facility's monthly generation. On the average, the facility 250,000 Ghana cedis and 300,000 Ghana cedis monthly, comprising both drugs and services. Electricity bill payment can only be made from the service account, which is about 60% of the generation. The implication being that the bill submitted by NETCO is twice the total generation of the hospital and about 3 times the generation of the account that can service the bill. Mr. Speaker, despite commitment to do payment within these 8 means and budgets, and also in spite of the agreement that the Ministry of Health and NETCO reached that no facility should be disconnected, the facility was disconnected from the national grid by NETCO on Friday, 13th October 2023. Reconnection was done only after extensive negotiations, pleas, media engagement, and involvement of public, political, and traditional leaders on Thursday, 19th October 2023. It has, however, been disconnected again in the morning of Tuesday, 12 December 2023. Mr. Speaker, as of Friday, 28th October 2023, the following alterations and disconnections had been made as suggested by engineers of the power distribution company as interventions to reduce consumption. 1. Mother house, that's the relatives' lodge. All 10 air conditioners disconnected. All 4 heaters disconnected. Medical and surgical wards, 36 out of 43 air conditioners disconnected. 6 out of 12 heaters disconnected. Radiology units, 7 out of 12 disconnected. Single heater there disconnected. Physiotherapy, OPD main pharmacy, administration, clinical sterile services department, maintenance unit, walkways have all been, the air conditions in all these facilities have been disconnected. Mr. Speaker, the chiller to be put on only one of these days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. The chiller is the central cooling system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in as much as this will significantly reduce electricity consumption in the facility, significant equipment rundown is very likely, with amplified financial losses to the government to these investments, according to the site engineer for ADI. An initial assessment was done with the central air conditioning switch off for 2 weeks, except Tuesdays and Thursdays. The impact was as follows. Laboratory, black band fridge broke down due to the rise in ambient temperature beyond 30 degrees Celsius. Currently, it is yet to be fixed. The gene expert test had to be suspended due to an unconducive ambient temperature and a likelihood of machine breakdown. The newly procured full black count machine had to be put off for some reasons. Generally, an unconducive atmosphere for optimum functioning of laboratory equipment. Mr. Speaker, the operations theater that is directly connected to the central air conditioning system, without which there is practically no aeration within. The suggestion to put up a split air conditioning system will also lead to loss of or unidirectional airflow in the theater. Mr. Speaker, due to the latest disconnection, the following is the current state of the hospital. All surgeries have been put on hold and have been referred to the Methodist Hospital in Wenchi. All referrals to the facility are also being directed to nearby district hospitals. The Lightwave Health Information Management System for seeing patients and prescribing can be used. Thus, patients are being seen on sheets of papers without access to their medical history and equipment. Water pumps within the facility is totally dependent on electricity and shut down within 30 minutes of an outage. Thus, taps are currently running dry in the facility. Communication systems are all linked to electricity, which have also been shut down. Mr. Speaker, I am by this statement calling on you and the House to urge government to take up the over 7 million Ghana cedis bill cost of the electricity to help maintain this modern facility serving the good people of Tyne and Bana districts. These districts are considered deprived and can't in any way take up the full cost of operating this facility. I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
So you owe 7 million Ghana cedis?
Yes, the facility owes 7 million Ghana cedis. That serves the good people of Tyne and Bana.
But why are you not paying?
Mr. Speaker, the facility pays with its IGF. They are paid 75,000, and that is like 80% of the IGF, excluding drugs.
I see. Yes, let me come to the medical doctor. Dr. Sankari.
Sandari. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for Sandari.
Sandari, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to a statement ably made by the Honorable Member Suleimana Adama, MP for Tyne, on the electricity disconnection at Tyne District Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement because he has spoken for almost all health facilities in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is the situation that has befallen managers of health facilities, be they hospitals, health centers, even chief zones, which is very, very sad and unfortunate for this country. Mr. Speaker, this is an example of where you have to look at cost and benefit analysis. It's a situation where we have to weigh the issue of electricity providers looking at not being able to provide electricity for this country, especially health facilities, vis-a-vis the issue of lives being lost. And as a country, we have to choose between electricity and human lives. Nobody's saying that providers of electricity should not take measures to ensure that we have sustainable supply of electricity. But, Mr. Speaker, why we have to disconnect hospitals where vital life-saving measures will have to take place for patients, then as a country, as government, we really have to wait and take a better decision. Mr. Speaker, we must plan in this country. We don't have to wake up all of a sudden where power to hospitals would have to just be disconnected anyhow almost every day here, this hospital or this health facility has been disconnected without looking at the fact that the disconnection have dire consequences on patients in those hospitals, sometimes unannounced. They just go by the time you realize they have disconnected power. That is not allowed and very serious, Mr. Speaker, because any of us could be lying on an operating table at the time of disconnection. And I think that we have to plan and to have alternatives. Government cannot sit unconcerned and say, oh, because health facilities are paying, and these are accumulated bills. Government has to come in to support them, pay these bills, and have alternative measures. Either we are changing, to solar, or sustainable measures that will enable these health facilities to have constant supply of electricity. Because it is very, very, very important for these health facilities. And also, their tariffs have not been reviewed. Almost every day we hear that even what national health insurance pays them is far below the real tariffs and the real cost of a service provision. So to say that they should pay from IGF is another thing. Because they cannot even buy medicines, they can't buy consumables, and then you go and cut our, say, 7 million or so, and say the health facilities should pay. It's unsustainable and it's costing vital lives of patients in this country. And I always say that until you find yourself in such a situation, either the president, the vice, even the CEO, of ECG or power producers, until you find yourself lying in theater or find yourself in an emergency situation and then the power goes off, you will not realize what we are doing to patients. So it's a matter for the House to take seriously and to give proper directives for solution, because it cannot continue that our health facilities every day are being disconnected from power supply. Mr. Speaker, we should look at it and see how we support our health facilities to manage properly. I thank you once again for the opportunity.
Yes. Honorable Member for Kita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a health facility classified under what we call emergency services in this country, and it's an emergency unit. The statement ably made by the MP for time borders on pay or die. That's the title of the statement, pay or die. Meaning they are not able to pay. If they are not able to pay the 7 million Ghana cedis, our brothers and sisters can go to hell. They can die. When you look at cost-benefit analysis, are we exchanging 7 million versus human life? So if you don't pay, then you die. Mr. Speaker, the electricity that was disconnected have implication on the air condition, the lab, the health commodities, the consumables, implications of vaccines. It will have effect on the vaccines because they need certain temperature, constant temperature to actually remain protect and efficacious. But in view of cutting the electricity, compromises the efficacy of the medications, health consumables, as well as the health commodities. Mr. Speaker, this is very wrong. As a medical facility, government directive was all health facilities should run on electricity without cutting because it's a supportive to human life. So on what basis that the NETCO went to the facility and
do we have that policy?
Yes. Well, there was a time government issued policy the Ministry of Finance will be responsible for payment of what electricity bills and other utilities for all health facilities across the country.
And that policy is still...
It's still there. You're supposed not to use IDF to pay. It is the duty of the Ministry of Finance to be paying utility bills as well as electricity for the health facilities across the country. That is why they are blocked. They are zoned in such a way that when you are putting off even other health facilities, hospitals and then health facilities are immune from what cutting of electricity. And going ahead to do that, I think NECO is not being fair to the people of time. Mr. Speaker, this is a facility built by NDC government, freshly built. The minister is here. The minister in charge of that is here. And then that facility is saving a lot of people. And it's a referral center to other constituencies.
So why are you linking it to NDC? It's government facility.
It's a government facility.
So why are you linking to NDC government?
But it was NDC time it was built. It's a statement of fact, Mr. Speaker.
You are making good.
It's a statement of fact. So, Mr. Speaker, we urge, before we call on you to actually call the Ministry of Finance to pay this amount, as well as instruct, plead with you to talk to the Ministry of Energy, the Minister, to urge the NEDCO to actually put on the lights to save lives. Otherwise, we will continue with this, what we are looking for money. At the end of the day, people are perishing. Human life versus money, which one is more important? And these are taxpayers' money we are paying. And these are the people who pay taxes on commodities. Mr. Speaker, we urge you to call on the Ministry of Energy to do the needful. Mr. Speaker, we feel deeply well. I urge you to actually do the needful. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, let me count to Abuaka South. Welcome.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a very sensitive matter. Insofar as we're discussing human lives vis-a-vis economic issues. Ordinarily, everybody will say that when it relates to human life, then it is the topmost of the priorities. And that should be agreed, that a hospital will thrive on power supply. I cannot imagine that somebody is on the operating table, and then there's a power disconnection. So we are all very much sensitive to the nature a hospital is run and how we should respect human beings. Honorable Speaker, the maker of the statement is very, very sensitive to the plight of fellow Ghanaians, and associate myself with him. Sometimes it's not just the fact that we don't care about people, but how the hospital is also run. He never divulged to us under what span of time there was an accumulation of electricity bill to the tune of 7 million Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, we are aware that over time there are some charges that some should be used to settle some of these payments. So there are management challenges as well, and we should pry into that. Now, why should the management of a hospital be conducted in a manner that the hospital will come to owe 7 million Ghana cedis? Over what stretch of time? Were there no plans to liaise with the power, electricity, or whatever entity was supplying the power, to negotiate that these are challenges, and you know how sensitive the plight of our patients are. So can you give us some respite? We've done this instrumental payment. Can you give us some respite so we pay the rest of the money over time? So as we are looking at the need to preserve human lives, I am of the humble view, respectfully, that we should look at the management style of the hospital. And any time there is an assumption that we can enjoy utilities for free, it's a recipe also for disaster. Because I am educated since I became your chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee, that when we starve the utilities of the requisite monies so that they'll be able to provide the service consistently, it is a generality of the entire nation that will suffer. So an underfunded electricity company of Ghana will not be able to meet the needs of the entire people. That is why the little drops of water will make a mighty ocean. And that is why it is also imperative. And when we are running a hospital, even Chebi, where I come from, you should have some economic sense to realize that if you do not meet, even at the threshold, your arrangement with Electricity Company of Ghana, you could have such challenges. So my heart goes out with all those who have suffered as a result of power outages in the hospital. I wish it were a discotheque. People will disperse and go to their homes. But if it's a hospital, where do you go? Because you are not well. But I will still say that in balancing our priorities and our respect for human lives, let those who manage our hospitals be economic conscious, that they can make satisfactory arrangement with EC so that they will have constant supply of electricity. But to just say we will consume electricity, we don't care about the consequences, let the debt pile to that level. If you pry into that, you'll be able to finger some economic mismanagement, which might also be the cause of this unfortunate problem. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for this space. I'm grateful to you.
Yeah.
Yes, Honourable Member for Northton.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement. And I must commend our honourable colleague from the Tyne constituency for bringing this statement to the floor. Mr. Speaker, the honourable MP has spoken for all of us. And this is a matter that this House must take very, very seriously. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I was also preparing a statement on this matter. And the Honourable Chairman of the Energy and Mines Committee has talked about the accumulation of bills and that we should look at the management style of hospitals across the country. But what the Honourable Chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee, my good friend, the Honourable Atachia, who I have enormous respect for, failed to ask a fundamental question. Whose duty was it to pay? Who has accumulated the arrears? According to the administrators of our hospitals, I spoke to Dr. Atuguba, the medical superintendent of the Bator Catholic Hospital. He told me that the policy had been that government pays the utility bills for these district hospitals. Government pays. So if there has been accumulation of arrears, don't blame hospital administrators. Indeed, according to the hospital administrators, it is June this year that the policy changed. Only this year, June. Only June this year. I mean, it's a matter I have pursued because the Bator Catholic Hospital, Mr. Speaker, will you believe that their ECG bills, they have to pay 115,000 cedis monthly. 150,000. And sometimes their entire IGF for the whole month doesn't get to this amount. And they said that not too long ago, they used to pay just about 57,000 cedis. So the bills are going up. There has been a hike in utility bills. So, Mr. Speaker, our honourable colleague's statement is so timely. It's really unfortunate that the Ministry of Finance is not here. Because according to the hospital administrators, they were told in June that the new policy from the Ministry of Finance is that government will no longer absorb the electricity bills and that they have to raise the funds themselves. They didn't even clear arrears that were in the system, and they said from June They are on their own. That is a reality. That is a reality. And we are talking about human lives. And you disconnect hospitals. Imagine you are at theater, you are being operated upon. It can happen to any of us. We are constantly on the move. You are touring your constituency, and God forbid there's an accident, they need to perform emergency surgery on you, and then the lights go off like that. At least, as for hospitals, they must be exempted from these disconnections. They have to be exempted. Especially as this is a new policy. They have to be exempted. I mean, imagine preterm babies who are in incubators, and then they disconnect. We are just killing the children. My colleague has talked about medicines and the kind of temperature, how they must be in refrigerators, and when you disconnect, how you destroy all of that investment. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very crucial matter. And Mr. Speaker, I told you that I have been researching on this matter. I was preparing to make a statement on it. I hold in my hands here a bill from the Princess Marie Louise Children's Hospital. What some of these hospitals are doing now is that they are transferring the cost to patients. Mr. Speaker, I can table this. This is a receipt, 21st August 2023. And the hospital is charging all the patients who come there 30 Ghana cedis. And they say payment of electricity usage, fee, equipment, and maintenance. 30 Ghana cedis. So the question that arises is, what happened to health insurance? Is this new policy not negating health insurance? Because this country, we all came to a point, and I must commend previous governments, when they said that, look, cash and carry is dangerous. You can all fall sick at any time, and if you don't have money, it should not be a barrier. So health insurance was introduced so that we enjoy health care, and then the government will take up the cost. Mr. Speaker, this new ECG policy is negating health insurance totally. Totally negating health insurance. Because if now hospitals are forced to transfer the cost to patients, then it means cash and carry is back. That is what this policy means. This new policy, we started in June. It means pay or you die. That is it is even worse than cash and carry. Because at least cash and carry, you can have some life, they'll be talking to you, and you can see if you can make arrangements to get some relatives or good friends to come and help you. This one, if you are helpless on the theater bed and they are performing surgery, or a baby in the incubator and the lights go off, I mean, you have no hope. So it's pay or you die. This is really terrible. And I don't know where this policy is coming from. That since June, our hospitals have been saddled, and the ECG proceeds to disconnect, even without notice. Hospitals, human lives at stake, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I checked with my district hospital when the last time health insurance was paid. Mr. Speaker, will you believe that health insurance is up to date May this year? So the National Health Insurance Authority owes a lot of these district hospitals 5 to 7 months in arrears. How should they survive? This hospital already, you are not sending the claims, you are not releasing funds to them. They are managing with IGF, gradually to keep the hospitals afloat. Now you have imposed 100% electricity bills on them. How do they survive? This is human life. So, Mr. Speaker, I will appeal to you to direct that the Honorable Minister of Health should appear before us. He must come and really explain what this new policy is about and why hospitals are being put through this. Because this is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. And all of us are at risk. Our constituents, our children, we are all at risk. And with hospitals now transferring electricity bills to patients, can we really say we are practicing health insurance? It means that a worse form of cash and carry is back. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point, but this is a very, very timely statement. It is crucial. It's about human life. It's about the right to life. And the earlier this policy is reversed, this new policy we started June 2023, which is alien to our country. Since independence, we have never had this policy. It's so alien to our country. It must be reversed. The health minister must come and tell us why they introduced this policy. And hospitals, there has to be a policy that hospitals cannot be disconnected. Look, even if institutions like Parliament, Parliament is not disconnected. A lot of ministries are not disconnected. Can we say that? Can we say that these institutions that don't suffer disconnection are more important than hospitals? Okay. No, I mean we cannot. I was concluding, but I don't know why the leader. Can I conclude? Will you allow me to conclude?
Conclude. The Speaker, with the greatest respect, a statement is made. My colleague is informing us that he was he was preparing to make his own statement. He has given us notice. And now he has veered off the statement that has been made in respect of Time Hospital. Mr. Speaker, and he has strayed into his own constituency. And Mr. Speaker, to remind him that we are guided by the rules of the House. If you don't restrain this young man, he says he's going to go to Swami. If you don't restrain him, you have the whole House to himself. You got to remind him of the imperatives of Order 70 sub 2, that you are required to comment briefly. And, Mr. Speaker, comment on the subject matter. And you straight to where? Your constituency. But if you don't restrain him, Mr. Speaker, he says that he's coming to Swami. We must mount a serious barricade on this man. Mr. Speaker, I'll plead with you to restrain him and let him conclude.
Honorable Kujutu, already you said you were concluding, so just conclude for.
Mr. Speaker, I just thought that I emphasized that it's a national issue. It's not only for Time. And I'm glad that I've had the opportunity, thanks to your magnanimity, to talk about our own district experience. I was coming to Swami as well. Navrongo was also disconnected a few weeks ago. I would have, brought up all those examples. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to you, but it's a very crucial matter, and this House should not take it lightly. I thank you very much.
Yes. Engineer. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make just a few comments. When the Honorable Member was talking, he said the hospital uses 80% of its non-drug revenues to pay for the electricity bill. I think that is rather high. So I agree with the other Honorable Members that the Ministry of Health should look into the matter, and if not for anything, all the arrears should be settled by the ministry. But what I would think of are solutions. One of the solutions is that they should institute a power usage audit into the hospitals, because some of the equipment may be too old or they have not been serviced for some time, and therefore they are using more power than they should actually use. When a power audit is made, then they can determine what to do, and therefore put things in line, because with that level of usage of power, I think it is too much. And then the other solutions, like the light in the area, can be put on solar, which apart from the initial cost, may be relatively cost-free to run, so that the lights and a few other things are the source of power is dissociated from the electricity grid, so that it will help. Because disconnecting a hospital is a very grave thing. For us who are from the rural areas, these hospitals serve a very large number of people, and we should not wait for any disaster to occur before some of it happens. So, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that the power audit may be made to determine, and not only for the Town Hospital, for most of these hospitals, so that they know how to use power properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words.
Okay, let him come. I saw him before you, so Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Government of Ghana invested $36.6 million to provide the 60-bed facility for the people of Tyne and its environs. This was to serve the healthcare needs of the people around. Mr. Speaker, the construction of this project commenced when I was the regional minister. In fact, I organized for the sword cutting ceremony, and the commissioning of the project occurred some few days to the 2020 general elections. So as we speak, the hospital has been functional for almost 3 years, and now we are talking about electricity bill of over 7 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, my difficulty is this. We have invested $36.6 million to ensure the safety of our people. And now, because of 7 million Ghana cedis, we are denying them access to that facility. This is very, very serious. Mr. Speaker, something must be done immediately. NEDCO must immediately arrange with the management of the facility to have a payment plan, so that power will be restored to that facility immediately. It is a matter of life, and we cannot pay any money for the lives of the people in that enclave. Mr. Speaker, how would you say that because of 7 million Ghana cedis, the people there should die? They shouldn't have access to medical facility. This is something that shouldn't happen in this country. And we are the representatives of the people. Mr. Speaker, I'm urging you. This matter has been raised while you are in the chair. Mr. Speaker, can we direct NEDCO to immediately arrange with the facility that they should provide a payment plan? How are they going to pay? If they can pay within 6 months, within 8 months, within 1 year, they should have the plan, and then electricity should be restored immediately. If it is the policy of this government, Mr. Speaker, that policy must be reversed immediately. Why would you say that the facilities should pay for their own electricity bill? How would they be able to do that? After capping internally generated fund by 25%, majority leader, how would they be able to pay? No, you are the leader of the house. You are representing the people of Ghana. You are a leader. You must speak for our people. You have kept internally generated fund by 25%. So whatever amount of money they are able to generate at the hospital, this government says that bring 25% to me, and then go and pay your own electricity bill. How would they be able to pay? So now you are asking them to go and charge patients. Whoever comes to the hospital, if we are giving you a bill, they should give you electricity bill to pay. Then what will be the relevance of the health insurance? Mr. Speaker, we have to tell them the truth. If government is trying to do the wrong thing, Parliament must bring government back on track. We cannot allow the people of Tyne to die just because their facility cannot pay 7 million Ghana cedis. electricity bill. Mr. Speaker, right from today, NEPCO, wherever they are, if they are hearing us from Parliament, we are asking them to go and restore power to them. They should give them power. We sit here 24 hours, we have power. Parliament, nobody can disconnect Parliament.
Are you sure?
And we have never been disconnected. We have never been disconnected. What about hospitals? Are you saying that Parliament has been disconnected, so they should disconnect hospitals?
We have plans. We have plans. They will disconnect, but we have plans.
We said them.
We have Jensen.
We said them for what? No, whatever it is. If Parliament has a generator, a standby generator, we can provide some for the hospitals.
Yes, some of them don't even have.
This is about the lives of the people. And this one is not about NDC or NPP. It's about the people of time. They are all Ghanaians. The facility is there. We have pumped so much money into that facility. Why are we not making it usable? Mr. Speaker, something must be done on this matter. It shouldn't be as usual. We debate, we talk, and nothing happens. This one, Parliament must demonstrate that we are capable of facing some of these challenges. Just a small directive to NEPCO that wherever they are, they should go to the facility. Just have an arrangement. You owe us 7 million. You cannot pay upfront. Give us a payment plan. If it will take you 10 years to pay, let's structure it. Then we'll give them power so that the people can have access to health care. That is a priority. We cannot do otherwise. And Mr. Speaker, if anybody outside this country hears that Ghana, we are disconnecting hospitals. Mr. Speaker, what would they say of us? People stood on the floor here, condemned what is happening in Palestine, that people are being denied access to hospitals, and we are doing the same thing here.
In a different form.
Even though there's no war here, we are doing the same thing.
In a different form.
And we are killing our own people. But don't do that. This one, listen to us, it's important. If it happens to the people of Swami, you cannot go there. If this is happening in Swami, they will never allow you to be there. Because they know you are capable, you are a big man, you can solve this problem. So let's come together and solve the problem for the time people. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to make a statement on this. Direct them to do the needful immediately so that these people can have access to that facility. It's so important. We cannot allow this to happen. Just some few months ago, we heard that the Sunyan facility is being upgraded to teaching hospital status. And these are the hospitals that must feed the teaching hospital. Mr. Speaker, if because of electricity, these hospitals cannot function, then what is the essence of pumping so much into constructing them? We need to do the right things at the right time. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Oh, Obi.
Mr. Speaker, as a former minister...
Honorable, be brief. Please, be brief.
As a former minister of power, I appreciate the challenge we have. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, our two distribution companies are virtually comatose. Mr. Speaker, what the Ghanaian state has refused to do is to take responsibility and come out with clear policies and decisions on how to handle issues such as electricity. Mr. Speaker, the Time Hospital must not suffer, or patients must not die in the hospital because of the inaction of the Ghanaian state. Mr. Speaker, as far back as 2015, when I was Minister for Power, we brought in a policy that they should look at different segments of the hospitals. There are segments such as the operating theaters, the laboratories, etc., that should have constant light. There are other segments that can be put on prepaid. If you take Kolebu or Konfanochi, it's virtually a township. So, of course, you cannot put the whole township on electricity without responsibility. But let's isolate the critical areas and prioritize them. The state, as social intervention measure, can pay for electricity for those critical areas. And then the non-critical areas, we put them on prepaid, doctors' bungalows, nurses' bungalows, and all the other commercial things they do in the hospitals, they pay for electricity. The state has refused to do this, culminating in this particular problem. Mr. Speaker, let ECG, Electricity Company of Ghana, makes losses in billions of cedis. NEDCO makes losses over $1 billion cedi loss in 2022. Meanwhile, ECG is donating 200 motorbikes to Ghana police when it cannot even pay generators for power. They cannot pay Son and Sogri and the rest. In fact, the Minister of Finance had to intervene. Other than that, they were pulling 560 megawatts out of the system. So we appreciate the need to be efficient. We appreciate the need to collect electricity tariffs as and when they are due. But the state also has a responsibility to take charge of critical areas such as laboratories, such as theaters, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, it will be important if you invite the Minister of Health to come and explain the policy so that Parliament can make suggestions as to how to get the hospitals to operate without collapsing the energy institutions as well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Leadership.
Speaker, let me speak in solidarity with the honourable member who found the need to bring this matter up onto the House floor for us to discuss. So I've done some preliminary checks and I contacted the honourable member, and I'm happy he's seated right before me, that light has been restored, power has been restored to the facility. So I had communicated same to the honourable member to find out if indeed that was the situation. It's very regrettable that the situation should pan out the way it has been. It's not now. It's not immediate after the statement. No, it was restored. No, power was restored yesterday. It was restored yesterday. But whatever it is, when we are regretting about debts that have been piled at the facility and the inability of the facility to pay these debts, which has, I don't know if it is the reason why the facility was disconnected, it's quite regrettable. However, I think we should also be asking some questions. Why will NEDCO, out of the ordinary, go out there to disconnect the facility? We need to get to the bottom of the issues to avoid a reoccurrence of it. Yes, I agree with members, the importance of the facility, the fact that lives are at stake and all that. I agree with those who speak to that extent. So, Speaker, we can't just wish this matter away. I was alarmed when my colleague approached me about the happening at the time hospital. So we must get to the bottom of it. What caused it, and to avoid the reoccurrence of it, so that we don't endanger the lives of our people anymore. So, Speaker, I think that my colleague has done what he has to do by representing his people. But now that light has been restored, he should do the same and probably communicate to his people that the light has been restored. But as I said, not to repeat myself, we should probably know what caused it. The communication that is coming to me, I don't want to firm it up yet. I'm just trying to confirm it. But if it is what it is still not a justifiable reason. So, Speaker, we'll be in your hands, and I know the Leader of the House will be speaking to this subject matter. But what is essential in my estimation is to ensure that we don't have a repeat of this, either in Tyne or any parts of our country. A health facility suffering such a fate. We shouldn't allow this to happen again. And it's dependent on us to do it. However, Speaker, I've asked myself, if the member had not made this statement, our orders, yesterday, leader was showing a lot of regret how our committees are not being effective enough. The health committee, and in this case probably the energy committee, could have done this or done something about it without necessarily waiting for a member to come under Order 72 or raise it as a matter of urgent public concern. What are our committees doing? So this is where I want to end. But I feel very sad that this has happened, and I'm hoping that we will also take some consequential action to avoid a future occurrence of this in any part of the world, any part of the country. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few or brief comment on the statement ably made by the representative of the good people of Tyne. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue from where my good brother has ended. But Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time the disconnection of the Tyne District Hospital happened. If you read the statement, on the 13th of October, the NEDCO people disconnected the hospital. Then on the 19th of October, that's 5 days after, it was reconnected. Then on 12th of December, this same year, it was disconnected. Mr. Speaker, this implies that there's a problem to be solved. And Mr. Speaker, if you go to the history of the hospital, like the former regional minister said, has been in operation for less than 3 years. It is true. Mr. Speaker, on the 5th of December, when the hospital had not been fully completed, to commission it, government went to Tepa and brought their equipment to come and commission the Tyne District Hospital. After the commission on 5th December, then they took the things back and closed it down. Then in 2021, after the elections, before the hospital started operationalization. So in practice, it has not been in operation for even up to 2 years. Because by the policy, they will operate for 2 years and hand it over. So this is just the first year, and we are not able to pay even light bill of 7 million. So Speaker, it tells you that there's a serious problem. And it is not for only the people of Tyne. It is for Tyne, Bana, Sampa, and German, Kintampon South. So, Mr. Speaker, we travel 92 kilometers to come to Tyne District Hospital. When I consulted the Minister for Health, Honorable Kwekwe Jimemanu, that Bana people need a hospital, he said, no, Bana, you have a good road, so you have to be coming to Tyne District Hospital. They bought us ambulance. Then the ambulance will take you and travel 92 kilometers and bring you there. Then they tell you that the hospital has no light. Proceed to Wenchi. But Speaker, what will happen to your life? So critically speaking, there's a problem to be solved. And we cannot pretend that it is only time. The Honorable Okujato has spoken about Bato Hospital. The Honorable member has also spoken about, another Honorable member has spoken about Navrongo. People are talking, it is a policy that government introduced in the last 5 months. And the Speaker, when policies are being introduced, members of parliament who represent the people must also be given the opportunity to make input. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, since this is not the first time and this may not be the last time, and Mr. Speaker, it was not the duty of the hospital to pay the light bill, and they were not paying. It was government duty to pay. It was just the last 4 months that government reported to the hospital that he cannot pay, and therefore the hospitals should pay themselves. The policy shift, before government changed its policy in June 2023, it was the responsibility of government to do sensitization and look at how the operationalization of the new policy was going to begin. All those things were not done. Then you transfer your liability to the hospital and you earmark their IGF and cap it. Mr. Speaker, To whom much is given, much is expected. Government, you who receive the chunk of the taxes, you are saying you cannot pay. The few limited IGF resources the hospital get, you have capped it. IGF that the hospital get, you've capped it. Now you have transferred your liability to them that they must pay. If they can't pay, you disconnect them. Mr. Speaker, we all suffer from that consequences. And members of parliament will be called that the ambulance is taking me to Nsoko. They say I should proceed to Wenchi, I should proceed to here. It's a burden on all of us. So the Trans District Hospital must not be made to go through such circumstances. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement for bringing this to the floor. And I thank honorable members for showing their availability in their constituencies and knowing that this problem is not only peculiar to time. And Mr. Speaker, like the majority chief whip said, we must not just allow this thing just to go away. As we speak, the Committee for Health is meeting in the committee room on their 2024 budget estimates. They should have been here to hear what we are saying. But I believe the Deputy Minister for Finance is here, and she has much interest in hospital issues. And I know when you go to English, she's putting on a new hospital for the good people of English in the Atwa constituency. If this policy doesn't change, after completing the English Amanfo hospital, it will be disconnected. And Mr. Speaker, we must do policy harmonization and generalization. We are doing Agenda 111. Just irrogate hospitals of 9. We cannot pay like we are disconnecting them. And we are taking 111. Agenda 111. Will they not be using electricity? They will. So we must. Whether they will use nuclear energy, Mr. Speaker, it will be energy. They will use electricity. And Mr. Speaker, we must plan ahead so that when we get there, we will know the kind of equipment we'll be using and how we can be energy efficient, since the burden is going to be on the hospitals themselves to pay. These are essential amenities, and these few amenities enjoy. Even NEDCO is not the electricity company, isn't it? If it were to be ECG, there will be total darkness. Your NEDCO rates are cheaper. But that one says 7 million. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for admitting the statement and giving the honorable member to air the grievances of his people. And I know the people of Tam will be happy today, and they will know that they are well represented and they are in good hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. But may you refer this statement to the Committee on Health, because until today, all of us didn't know. All we knew was that the old government policy was in operation, and that government was paying electricity bill for hospitals. It is only today that some of us are made to know that in June 2023, government has changed the policy. But if you refer the statement to the Health Committee, or if you invite the Minister for Health to come and brief us, we will all be part of the sensitization and operationalization of the policy to make sure that we are able to carry the hospitals along. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also add my voice to the statement that has been made. Mr. Speaker, we must all congregate around the critical issue that citizens of this country are guaranteed the right to life under Article 13, Sub 1 of the Constitution. Speaker, citizens are also afforded the right to good health care under Article 34, Sub 2 of the Constitution. And so, if any action is taken which may have the unintended consequence of truncating life, we should all be concerned. And that is why it is worrying to hear what my colleague who made a statement has alluded to. Mr. Speaker, but let's face it, it is not the first time that government is offloading the payment of electricity bills that otherwise the hospitals should be paying or not be paying. It's not the first time. And I think that perhaps we need a policy consistency in this. We need a policy consistency in this. Mr. Speaker, there are some issues that have come up. One hospital at a time, every month, the electricity bill is anything between 350,000 and 500,000 Ghana cedis. What is happening there? When we are being told, as the Honorable Okujeto Abrapa alluded to, that at Bator, the district hospital, the monthly consumption is in the region of 115,000, 120,000. What is happening there that is occasioning this? That the consumption is 500,000 cedis every month. And that's why I agree with you that perhaps the Committee on Health should delve deeper into this. Because if we have a national average of about 120,000, 130,000 per month, how do we have that exception of one hospital, one district hospital, consuming electricity in the region of 500,000, 500,000 every month? 500,000. 500,000. So, Chairman of Public Accounts, you see he's worrying. It's really worrying. What is happening there? So, it is not just like crucifying the administrators. Oh, government is required to pay. Why do we have that exception? It's a matter that should worry all of us. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I think we should maybe also determine which facilities are essential service providers such that their electricity will be guaranteed, whatever it takes. The essential service providers, we do know. The armed forces, and I thought that we had included the hospitals in this category. They were initially. So how come they are being taken off? So we should have that conversation on that. And the Speaker, let's not be sentimental about this. Let's not be sentimental about this. Let's probe further what is happening in that hospital such that every month electricity consumption is 500,000. What's happening there? Because it's so odd. Mr. Speaker, the other matter, in terms of electricity generation and consumption that should worry us, is that in spite of all that the ECG has done and government has also done, as of yet, non-tariff electricity is more than 30% of all electricity that is generated at this high cost, because thermal electricity doesn't come easy. We do know that. Whereas from these hydro electric plants, generation cost is in the region of about 4 cents per kilowatt hour. From these thermal plants, it's about 15, some of them 17 cents per kilowatt hour. So the electricity mix is quite expensive for us as a country. And if after producing it, a third of it ends up as non-accountable, non-tariff electricity, it should be worrying to all of us. It's the reason why the few who pay are, loaded with greater burden to pay. So many of them not paying. So many of our citizens not paying. So many facilities not paying. What do we do to rescue the nation out of this? It should concern us. That's why I'm saying that we should not be sentimental about this. Let's probe further to see what is going wrong, what has gone wrong, so that we'll be able to come out with remedial actions to ensure that these essential service providers are catered for, and people who have responsibility to also pay for electricity consumption do pay. That should be the bottom line. It should not be just isolating a few things and being very dogmatic and sentimental about this. It doesn't really solve the problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I should thank you for the opportunity extended to me, but let us be holistic in attending to this problem and not be sentimental about this. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to add my voice to the request by a colleague who spoke ahead of me that perhaps to go further into this, to go to the bottom of this, we may task the Committee on Health to do some work and report back to the House as to how come Tyne Hospital is in so much arrears, and also how come the hospital is consuming electricity in the region of 500,000 Ghana cedis every month. It is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the maker and all the contributors. I'm happy to hear that power has indeed been restored to the facility. But I think I will direct that the Ministry of Health and that of Energy should work together to find a lasting solution with regards to our hospitals in relation to their electricity bills. Because hospitals, whether you like it or not, are considered to be essential facilities, and they should not experience power cuts in whatever form. So I would direct that the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Health should put themselves together and come out with a solution as to how this electricity bills, because today's time that has come up, but listening to contributors, it appears it cuts across most of the hospitals in the country. And again, based on the recommendation, we will refer this statement to the Health Committee to also look into the matter. I so direct. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can go back to the motions on the sectoral allocations, and I'm informed that the 19. We can deal with item listed 19 on the other paper. That's page 13. The 13, item numbered 19.
Honourable members, let me. Why?
I just want to commend you for your directive, but you would have realized that you haven't given timelines. So when is the report supposed to be presented to this House? We'll do this, and then, no, I'm adding to what he has just directed, and to appeal to him to give some timeline. Mr. Speaker, I was in this very House when a similar directive was given, and as we speak, nothing has happened to it.
Well.
This is a very important issue.
Honourable member,
thank you, Mr.
I think looking at the time that we find ourselves, we are adjourning Sine Day on next week, so I will ask the committee to report to this House in the next meeting, the second week of the next meeting. Yes, so second week in the next meeting, because I don't know when we are coming back, so second week in the next meeting. Yes, so honourable members, let me bring you to page 13. Page 13 Item listed 19. Honorable Minister for Tourism, Aquaculture, Arts and Culture. Minister, you may move the motion listed 19. But, Minister, before you begin looking at the business of the House, the time is 2 o'clock. Indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. Yes, Minister, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I humbly move that this honorable House approve the sum of 175,388,000.099.00 for the service of Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
.009. That is different from the figure we have here. Yeah. So that should be corrected.
Yeah.
It's a slip of the jaw. I haven't said that. So if you want it to stand as he has mentioned, let's go on.
Well, Honorable Chairman, you may second and move the committee report. If there's any correction, you can do it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe my ranking was too quick on the draw, because I was going to do that correction in the conclusion of my presentation. But let me first and foremost second the Minister for the motion that he just presented. Mr. Speaker, whilst I report on your committee's report, I entreat Hansard Department to capture the entirety of this document, whilst I go through a few salient points that we came up with as a committee. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 6.2 of the report, which deals with the challenges of the ministry, the committee was informed that the ministry's programs were hindered by the following challenges in the implementation processes. 1, inadequate official vehicles for operational activities across the sector. Limited office space for staff within the sector. Insufficient office equipment, computers, printers, photocopiers, and the like. Inadequate ICT infrastructure to support the ministry's work. Inadequate staffing for the Bureau of Ghana Languages, and of course, piracy of VGR products by the pirates. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, and by extension, tourism on its own, happens to be one of the departments or the industry that pays for itself. In fact, if you consider the fact that not many of government agencies or government ministries have the potential to, as it were, recoup whatever they spend. The Ministry of Tourism, if the government decides to invest into this industry, has a propensity to bring back whatever money they put in there. And the committee therefore recommended that the government looks at this ministry well, and its, of course, agencies, and ensure that we find ways and means to, as it were, put our tourism sites and, of course, infrastructure into a shape which would attract people from the outside. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism and Youth and Sports and Culture
Having carefully examined the 2024 budget estimate of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, is of the opinion that the ministry needs financial support and therefore recommends to the House to approve the budget of 175,388,099 Ghana cedis to enable the ministry carry out its operations in promoting the cultural values of Ghana through tourism and creative arts. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I present the report of the committee.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to motion number 19 on page 13 of our order paper. Mr. Speaker, the Tourism Ministry, as already alluded by my chairman for the Trade Committee, is a very important ministry that is supposed to generate revenue, that is supposed to give jobs, that is supposed to contribute to our GDP as a nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to do this contribution with special reference to the committee report of page 5 of 15. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of 180,948,961 was approved in 2013 for this ministry. Mr. Speaker, out of this, a total amount of 176,319,236.18 was released, and the ministry utilized 176,100,975.73 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I think the Ministry of Finance has to be commended, because if you look at this particular page of the report, you realize that 97% of the budgetary amount was released to the ministry. If you look at other ministries, we don't see this easily happening. So the committee made special reference to this and commended the minister and his team for the collaboration that they have done with the Ministry of Finance that yielded this quantum of money being given to them. And Mr. Speaker, this report is as at September. So there's a likelihood that end of December, they would have gotten full amount that was budgeted for the operations of the ministry. And it's important to put this on record and commend the Ministry of Finance when it is right, and when it is not, we would duly condemn them for not doing the right thing. So the minister was commended for working very closely with the Ministry of Finance to get these releases. Mr. Speaker, now if you go to the report, page 7, item 111, Tourism Product Development Programs. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, an amount of 102,878,108 was allocated for this ministry for the purposes of tourism product development. Mr. Speaker, this year, the ministry is requesting for 13,084,586. Mr. Speaker, that is a worrying situation for us, because if you look at this particular item, and with your permission, I will just read that portion, a portion of item 111 for our consumption. Mr. Speaker, it is said that the committee was informed that Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, Bonwe Kente Museum have been completed and commissioned, whilst work are ongoing at the Salaga Market, Tunnel Basin Grove, Heritage Site, Well and Bad, and many more of these sites are still under construction. Mr. Speaker, so under what circumstance will they ask for less money as compared to what they requested for in 2023? So I am personally making a reference to this point that if the ministry is actually determined to spread tourism product development, then budgetary allocations for this item should have been more than what we saw in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I say this with reference to my constituency where I come from. The Gambaga Cap is still yearning for attention of the ministry. The Dove Cave is still yearning. The Nigerian Wall is yearning. And many more other areas are yearning for attention. Now, if you look at the presentation at the committee, Mr. Speaker, the ministry was able to touch about 7 regions out of the 16 regions that we have. That tells you that allocations to tourism product development and program should have been bigger than what we saw. So the commitment from that ministry to spread tourism development is a challenge, it's an issue, and this House must look at that. And I think that in the revised budget, the Ministry of Finance should look at this so that we'll be able to create value in this ministry. Mr. Speaker, having said that, another worthy attention is, if you look at the committee report, item 7.0, under item 7.0, we have table number 2. Mr. Speaker, table number 2 talks about compensation, talks about goods and services and CAPEX, capital expenditure. And if you look at the request of the ministry, they are saying that compensation, they will want this House to approve 85,832,188 Ghana cedis for the purposes of compensation. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 2023, we approved 62 million. So they are looking for an upward review of 37%, which I find it a bit intriguing. But the committee, this House will have to decide on that. Mr. Speaker, but the critical one has to do with the capital expenditure. Capital expenditure in 2023, Mr. Speaker, was 36,909,033 Ghana cedis. But this year they are requesting for just 17. So it is a bit of a challenge. If we want to develop tourism, we have to look at CAPEX and make sure that the adequate allocations are made in this direction for us to get the value that we are looking for. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I will just do one observation and I conclude, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the committee report, we observed that inadequate budgetary allocation, which I'm alluding to, is something that this House has to look at. We also looked at the allocation that was done for the Bureau of Ghana Languages. They were given the approval to retain 33% of their IGF. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Finance didn't come through with that. They got less of it, so the committee is of the view that we should pay the outstanding for them to carry on with the projects that they were supposed to undertake. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, we are saying that we should look at even increasing it so that we can get these activities going through with relative ease. On this note, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I will want to
urge this House to approve an amount of 175,388,099 Ghana cedis for the Tourism Ministry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've spoken at length, and you still ended up with this few. Yes. Let me come to Honorable Rekubrobi.
But Speaker, thank you for indulging me. I would also want to contribute to the report that has been made, and particularly make reference to page 5 of the report to page 4 that lists the agencies under the ministry. Speaker, you would see that they have about 13 agencies, but about one of them, I think the Ghana Tourism Authority, is the one that is a bit viable. All the other agencies are really bleeding by way of resources. The Speaker, in speaking to members from the ministry, we realize that one bigger constraint that faces them is the issue of the releases. Even though they are asking for 175 million plus to operate, the releases themselves do not even come, let alone come on time. As we speak, the ministry has a lot of activities that they have to undertake. As in December, they have not been able to complete most of the activities that they earmarked for 2023. I am therefore urging that the Ministry of Finance works closely with them and release their monies for them so they are able to complete their activities on time. Mr. Speaker, there are so many sites that could be harnessed for tourism purposes, but because of this constraint of funds, they don't even have vehicles to go around to explore these possibilities that will showcase the country. Mr. Speaker, last one is that of the Bureau of Ghana Languages. This is one agency under the ministry that needs to be resourced so that our culture, our language can be taken seriously, and then they work on that for us. Even though they have a retention of 33%, this retention does not make them do any meaningful job. So we are pleading that their releases be given to them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the House to approve the amount of 175,388,099 cedis for the operations of the Tourism Ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member for Ketunov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that the House adopt the report to approve the budget for Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk on some portion of the report. Speaker, if you look at the 2023 performance of the ministry, paragraph 6.1.1 on page 6 of the report. So, Speaker, non-financial performance. So we talk about management and administration, Ghana Tourism Authority, Tourism Product Development Program, Tourism Research and Marketing. So, Speaker, we know that tourism is one of the channels that the country and foreign exchange. But in this report, it is not clear the contribution of the Ministry of Tourism in the earning from the forest. It would have been better if the ministry, in your performance, give us some information that in a year under review, you'll be able to earn so much foreign exchange. And that, in fact, can even encourage the Ministry of Finance to give you more allocation. I'm saying this because if you look at the total budget allocated for 2024, it's even less than what have been allocated in 2023. In 2023, 180 million Ghana cedis was approved for the ministry. And as of September, they have spent 97% of that money, which means that by the close of the year, they will spend more than the 180 million. But for 2024, 175 million has been allocated. What is the assurance that the ministry will not overspend that money by the close of the year 2024? So it's very important. Now, at the committee level, when we query about the ministry spending 97% of their budget as of September, the Ministry of Finance gave us assurance that in July this year, when the supplementary budget was approved, allocation was made to take care of any shortfall for any sector. I think that if next year there is going to be any supplementary budget, the Ministry of Tourism should be considered and they should be given additional money to be able to operate. Because looking at the figure here, I doubt if it will even take them up to September next year. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the Ministry of Finance reps who are here that the allocation for the Ministry of Tourism is not adequate. It's definitely not adequate for them. If you want them to operate well in order to attract more foreign exchange for this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last one from...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion or the report that is before this House on the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture. Mr. Speaker, tourism alone can give this country so much foreign exchange. But when you read the report, you realize that Ghana, we need to choose our priorities right. We should look at which areas of our economy that can help us to develop and earn more money to strengthen our economy, to strengthen the city and all of that. If you read the report, you realize that in 2023, you allocated 180,948,961 to the ministry. Fast forward, instead of us to be moving forward, 2024, you are giving, the ministry is giving out 175,388,099 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is retrogressing. This cannot support the tourism development of our country. Mr. Speaker, if you navigate around the length and breadth of this country, there are so many tourist potentials around that we can exploit. But looking at the amount of money that is allocated, you realize that the Ministry of Tourism cannot do much to enhance the tourist sites. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the Ministry of Tourism website, there are so many tourist sites in this country that the ministry itself have not been able to capture on their own website. If you come to my own constituency, the Jirapa municipality, there's a 4-star hotel by name Royal Cozy Hills with safari and all of that. We have the Mushroom Rocks that you can find there, and many others. Yet if you go to the Ministry of Tourism website itself, you will not see these things. And all of this, I know, they will attribute it to the fact that they are constrained financially. So it is proper that the Ministry of Finance they do due diligence by allocating good amount of money to the ministry so that they can help to develop our tourist sites. Because you cannot have a facility like this, because this facility that I'm talking about in the Jirakwa municipality, even the tourism, Ministry of Tourism regional report and annual report to Parliament, you will not find this facility in the report. That means that the ministry itself is sleeping, because we are pretending to be financing them and they too are pretending to be working. Meanwhile, all of us, we travel to neighboring countries, we go to Kigali, we go to South Africa, we go to Dubai to visit tourist sites, and we pay so much money to them when we have good facilities here that we can visit and develop our own economy. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the report or the motion that this House approved the sum of 175,388,099 pesos to the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to leadership. Are you a leader?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not a leader.
Then go and speak from your chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this House will approve an amount of 175,388,099 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to my colleagues and I have made justice to the subject matter. What I want to do is to draw our attention to the fact that this ministry is a very important ministry. It is about the fourth largest foreign earner in this country in terms of foreign flows. Yet, we don't pay the needed attention to it. We are interested in banning or restricting importation of other items when we could have used this ministry to generate a lot of foreign exchange. Mr. Speaker, so if you ask me, one of the suggestions is that we should pay attention to this ministry and we will not be tempted to restrict the importation of some commodities. Mr. Speaker, this very important ministry, we all know that apart from foreign exchange earnings, it also creates a lot of jobs. Mr. Speaker, skilled jobs, semi-skilled, and unskilled jobs are all created under this ministry. And so it tells you that there's a need for us to pay special attention to it. So it's therefore surprising that this ministry, which was given 180 million last year, we are now giving it less than that. We have reduced it by 5 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, other ministries or agencies such as Office of Government Machinery is taking over 2 billion Ghana cedis, when a very important ministry like this is left to suffer. Mr. Speaker, I think that is not right, and so this ministry should be taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, this ministry also stimulates the growth of other sectors of this country. And so, all I try to do is to speak for the ministry and to draw the attention of government, and for that matter, the Ministry of Finance, to take this ministry's activities seriously. If we do that, we will create a lot of jobs, we will be getting foreign earnings, and we will also stimulate the growth of other sectors. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, this ministry contributed about 3.1 billion USD to our GDP. That is the kind of ministry we're talking about. And so if you ask me, we should give some special attention to this ministry. And if we do that, it will help us. Mr. Speaker, at our community level, we realize that there are so many sites that can be developed in order to increase our tourist activities. Unfortunately, most of them are left unattended to. And the other sad issue is that even the existing ones are being affected by galamsey activities. For instance, the Kakum National Park, a portion of it, Mr. Speaker, has been more or less given out because some illegal activities are taking place there. When I say giving out, I am not saying that government has allocated it to any, if you like, giving it as a concession. But there are illegal activities going on there. Galamsey. And so we think that we should not allow sites such as the Kakum National Park and other places to be taken over by Galamsey activities.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable, hold on. I was trying to ignore them, but I could see Honorable Rekugobe, who happens to be the Member of Parliament for Kakum area. So, Honorable, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much. You see, I have interest. The honorable member, what is putting out there, the fact that illegal activities are going on there, I think I have to correct it. It is not true. Officially, the Minerals Commission has come out to say that nothing like that is going on. In the forest. I come from the area. The forest is intact. In fact, it's one of the forest areas that is getting a lot of resources now from USAID because of carbon conservation. We are one people treating everything there so serene, our water bodies and so on. So let it be on record that there are no illegal activities going on in the Kakum National Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Honourable Member, be advised accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, we can continue to be in a state of denial.
What I'm saying
is that there's illegal.
Honourable Member, when this issue came up, I personally heard the CEO of the Minerals Commission denying it. He denying it. Today you raise it in a way, and the member for the area has also denied that nothing is actually going there. Let's take it like that and be advised accordingly.
Let's take it like that, Mr. Speaker. That's the point that I want to agree with you, that we take it like that. Mr. Speaker, talking about the fact that this ministry is not taken seriously, and talking about the fact that 180 million was allocated last year and now 175, there's something interesting when it comes to your compensation. Compensation in 2024 is increasing when goods and services is decreasing. What it means is that we're going to pay so much that less work will be done, because you need the goods and services for you to be able to work. And so let's see how we can always balance this. You shouldn't be paying money to people when in actual fact they will not be doing anything to compensate for whatever money that you would have been paying to them. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said, and so I want to call on the House to adopt this report and to approve the said amount for the Ministry of Tourism so that they are able to carry out their activities in the next fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, Leader, are you going to comment?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Thank you. Honourable members, I believe I'll commend the minister. I monitored him and he was taking note of all the comments members were making. So I'll urge other ministers to also come and sit in when we are taking their estimates. Yes, Honourable Hawakumsen has also been sitting through. So, honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of motion listed 19 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 19 in today's order paper is hereby adopted, and that this honourable House approve the sum of 175,388,099 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2024. So, Leader.
Speaker, whilst waiting for the reports on the estimates, I believe we can deal with the reports of the Public Accounts Committee. Motion number 60 on page 26.
Motion number
60 on page 26. Mr. Speaker, given the fact that we have to deal with the estimates, I'll plead with you that after the chairman presents moves the motion, we allow just two others on either side to conclude, and then we move on to motion 61.
Very well. Honourable members, let me bring you to page 26, item listed 60, motion by the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. But Honourable Chairman, hold on. I would like to see the seat to the first Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, the chairman around to move the motion.
Yes, Speaker, the chairman of Public Accounts Committee, to move motion listed as item 60 on page 26 of the order paper.
Yes, Chairman, you may move your motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2021. So, Speaker, I present the committee's reports I asked Hansa to capture the entire report while I read the introduction and some few recommendations. So, Speaker, this report of the Auditor General was presented to the House and laid in the House by the Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Arnold Dompre, on 6 July 2022, and was referred to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and report. So, Speaker, the committee met and reviewed the report and invited the witnesses to appear before the committee. So, Speaker, the Auditor General made findings which he categorized on the following headings: cash, contract, procurement and store, tax irregularities, and the total amount of irregularities by the Auditor General stood at 66.1 million. This is a decrease of 14% from the year 2020. And Mr. Speaker, as at the time the committee met, the agencies cited in the report, that is the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, a total amount of 38.1 million, representing 58.13% out of the total of 66 million under cash, contract, store and tax irregularity had been recovered and accounted for, leaving 41.87, which is 27.489 million unresolved. So, Speaker, all these have been captured in the report of the committee, and I know members have copies. So I'll go to the conclusion. So, Speaker, the committee's deliberation revealed a lot more weaknesses in the internal control system of the assemblies, improper record keeping, and blatant disregard for the Public Financial Management Act, Public Financial Management Regulation, as well as the procurement laws among many of the assemblies. The committee therefore recommends to all the MMDAs to ensure that proper records of financial transactions are kept and all financial transactions are done in compliance with the relevant public financial management rules and regulations. The committee was of the considered view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represent the financial transactions that took place in the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies in the 2021 financial year, and therefore recommends to the House to adopt its reports on the report of the Auditor General on the management and utilization of District Assemblies Common Fund and other statutory funds for the year ended 31st December 2021 in accordance with Order 165.3 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. I thank you.
The ranking member. Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise to second the motion number 60, ably moved by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to draw attention to a couple of matters highlighted in the report as follows. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to page 7 of the report, especially paragraph 7, subparagraph 1, with the head note misapplication of funds. Mr. Speaker, the committee determined that contrary to section 7, subsection 1, sub A of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921, 4 assemblies misapplied a total sum of 266,344 Ghana cedis and 74 pesos. Mr. Speaker, being portion of the allocation of their common fund on salaries and other related and recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the committee further observed that 3 out of these assemblies had refunded a total amount of 133,793 Ghana cedis to their respective BACF accounts, which means that one assembly, which is the Adansia Square District Assembly, has failed to remit 132,550 and 74 pesos. So, Mr. Speaker, the recommendation is that the amount must be refunded immediately from the whatever sources they have and remitted or paid into the DACF account. Mr. Speaker, let me further progress to paragraph 7, sub 2 of the report contained on page 8. Mr. Speaker, the committee established that Zoom Lion Ghana Limited was paid some monies but failed to supply the necessary sanitation equipment to the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, the committee determined that deductions were made from the accounts of 2 assemblies and paid to Zoom Lion for the supply of sanitation, for equipment to improve the sanitation in the areas under what they call the Sanitation Improvement Program, which is SIP. However, the company did not supply the items to the assemblies, contrary to Regulation 79 of the PFM Act. Regulation 79 of the PFM Regulation 2019 LI 2378. And Mr. Speaker, the details as established by the committee are as follows. The BNE annual of the pipe. Mr. Speaker, that's very close to you. 3 skip tracks.
Not anywhere near me.
But on the road
BNE annual is in Western region.
Yes. Anyway, Mr.
Western
Speaker,
yes.
Very well, I'm guided. But I use it to your place, so. Mr. Speaker, 3 skip tracks and 20 number 12 cubic meters refuse containers, Mr. Speaker, were to have been supplied, but they were not. Out of the 3, 1 was not supplied, and 4 refuse containers between the period January 2019 to December 2021. Mr. Speaker, what I think as a committee we can also do is at the time that we are submitting the report, we could also obtain an update that between the period of the default, whether at the time we are presenting the report, the irregularity has been regularized. I agree that this is a report for a period, but we can also do that. Mr. Speaker, the other district involved is the Mampo Municipal, where, again, 3 skip tracks and 20 number 12 cubic meter refuse containers. 1 of the skip tracks was not supplied, and 8 refuse containers was also not supplied. The period of default, January 2019 to December 2021. Mr. Speaker, again, paragraph 7, sub 3 of the report established that Zoom Lion again failed to, even though some monies were deducted from 4 assemblies for similar services, that is the fumigation services in these respective assemblies, the the services were not undertaken, and that's Echumangwa North District. Service not provided. The indications that the broken down skip track was not repaired or replaced. Mr. Speaker, the Kwai Municipal, that is the rating of the public market fumigation. Mr. Speaker, it was not done between January 2019 December 2021. Central District, broken down track, not repaired or replaced. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation of the committee is that the administrator of the common fund should stop the deductions that goes to Zoom Lion as a result of the implementation of the SIP program until the outstanding services are rendered and verified by the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, further down that page, paragraph 7.4, we have completed projects not in use. Mr. Speaker, the value is in excess of 17 million. And Mr. Speaker, you are one of the key people in this house who bemoans this practice. We put up school buildings, health facilities, and such other state parastatals, and they are not put to the use for which we expended public money. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that we debate, we contribute to the reports are adopted, and yet we are unable to establish the committee that the Constitution mandates us to establish to follow up on these matters. Mr. Speaker, how do we ensure that in excess of 17 million Ghana cedis that has been spent on these infrastructural projects are put to the use of the people for which they are meant? That a bit is my worry. The assemblies involved are Offensu North District, Doma East District, Gomoa Central District, Buakwa South Municipal, Akontomra District, and East Mamprusi Municipal. Projects not put to the use for which they've been established. Mr. Speaker, related to this is abandoned projects. Abandoned projects or delayed projects in excess of 48, valued in excess of 48 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, there's a tall list of projects that fall into that category of items listed as abandoned in the report. A total number of 155 projects. Mr. Speaker, nearly 50 million Ghana cedis. We want to urge the assemblies to try and complete these projects before they start new ones. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by indicating that again, on supply sanitation equipment by Zoom Lion was flagged by the committee at paragraph 7, subparagraph 7 on page 15. So, Mr. Speaker, I think as a house, Zoom Lion has become a key operator in the environmental space of this country. We need to engage Zoom Lion so that some of these matters that are flagged by the Auditor General, he can put his house in order and remedy the situations that they prevail in the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I urge the committee to adopt the report ably moved by I second the motion ably moved by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the District Assembly Common Fund, Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution, is one of the novel decentralization funding initiative under our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, it should be responsible, rightly so, that we have witnessed some development in at least all the districts of Ghana, even though not at the same level. Some are more developed than others. Others have more opportunities than others. You cannot compare Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly to Tamale Metropolitan Assembly, or Tamale Metro to Bolgatanga, or to Akontombra. But Mr. Speaker, reading your report, may I refer to paragraph 72, page 8. And my comment, Mr. Speaker, is on the Youth Employment Initiative. Parliament passed the law for earmarking of 10% of the District Assembly Common Fund to support youth employment. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we are considering the common fund here, how do we allocate 10% of the District Assembly Common Fund to the Youth Employment Agency? That is wrong in law, and it should not be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the Minister for Finance will have to come clear to this House how much accrues to the District Assembly Common Fund. Per the Supreme Court ruling in Ayeni and Kodo, we now have an understanding how it is computed. But of how much of it is to be allocated, then, Mr. Speaker, again on Zoom Lion, sanitation contracts in the district. Mr. Speaker, in many parts of the country, the sanitary situation is not the best. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I had to spend money to clear what is called garbage in Bambaya. That shouldn't be my work as MP. But Mr. Speaker, I did so because I have to visit the community. If I visit, they will ask me to visit the baller, forgive my word, and then see what Bambaya, just my business secondary school in Tamale, only yesterday, I had to send equipment to move the sanitation there. So, Mr. Speaker, what are the district assemblies doing? Many of the assemblies are still filthy. But, Mr. Speaker, still on Zoom Lion, when we passed the Youth Employment Act, and leader will recall even some of the negotiations in his office, we said that separate beneficiary allowances from service charges. Zoom Lion is a service provider. Let Common Fund and the state pay him as a private contractor engaged to provide sanitation. But when you give him 800 and beneficiaries end up getting 200 or 250, I do not think that that is neat enough or good enough. We should have a way of dealing with beneficiary allowances. It should go straight to those in the sanitation model. I still even recall that far back 2016, Mr. Speaker, as minister then, I wrote to the Youth Employment Agency to audit the numbers for the sanitation model. When you say you have 45,000 persons on the sanitation model, where? And the youth employment must separate beneficiary allowances from what they give him as service provider. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, you see it in paragraph 7.3 when they are talking about payments which are contrary. Then, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I was in Sunsong Yendi in the northern region for the funeral of the northern regional minister, who is a royal from Sunsong. Then a DC who prefers to be anonymous shared this important joke with me. He said, Honorable Haruna, the common fund is not common again. Mr. Speaker. So he was sending a very important message, but he was sitting by the regional minister. So he whispered, the money, Mr. Speaker, doesn't go as it should. And many of us enjoy spending at the center, including MPs. That is wrong. All of us. You are procuring things in Accra? No. The monies are not reflecting in the district assemblies. That is wrong. We shouldn't encourage it. Then allocations are deducted here instead of it being spent at the local level. Then, Mr. Speaker, the other one, I'm sure I'll give it quietly at committee of the whole. There are some expenditures that we charge to the common fund. I should keep it there. So, on that note, Mr. Speaker, since leader understands, and he will then mention the details at committee of the whole, you have to keep members apprised with it, that what we spend the money on must have justification, and it should have legal justification, should have procurement justification. A few of us take it for granted and will be on the wrong side of law and the wrong side of history. But I think, Mr. Speaker, arguably, the common fund has served the country very well. There is despair. Maybe they have to do more for persons with disability. We have a feature. But, Mr. Speaker, we need the Ministry of Finance and this Assembly Common Fund to sit with Parliament to reconcile the numbers. How much should go to them? How much, in fact, go every other time? We have to be negotiating how much goes to Common Fund when we know that 5.0 in Article 252 is meant for them. Mr. Speaker, with this, I urge that the House supports the approval of the Public Accounts Committee report. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the Public Accounts Committee report on the Auditor General on the management and utilization of District Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the financial year ended 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, 7.19, the heading is Failure to Formally Register Lands Allocated to Bolgatanga Municipal Assembly. And it says that the audit showed that the management of Bolgatanga Municipal Assembly did not legally register 8 different parcels of land allocated to the Assembly by 7 communities for the construction of 8 projects. Mr. Speaker, this seems to be a matter that a lot of us can identify with. I recall that when I became an MP for Ketu South, I was approached by families asking for compensation for the land on which the SHS had been built. And I encouraged them to take the matter to court as I had not been given funds to come and compensate the families. It means that a lot of the lands that belong to the assemblies in the districts have not been perfected to titles. And it's a worrying phenomenon in our country if we do not know what belongs to us. Encroachment is a major problem, mainly because we don't have titles to this. I recall that St. Louis Secondary School, my school that I'm always trumpeting about, St. Louis has always been complaining about the size of the land we had before and what is left for the school now. So even if we get funding to increase the facility for the school, we will have to be fighting families that have encroached on the land. So it's important that this report be taken seriously, and we have the assemblies and the districts do the right thing for all of us. Posterity will not treat us kindly. We are not able to protect the lands that belongs to the state. With this comment, I support the document, and I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I think that's not one. Mr. Speaker, this is the apex person for Common Fund, so I will yield to you for the time being. I will yield to you for the time being, and I'll come with some conclusion.
Yes, acting. Are you the acting administrator in the House?
Once the leader gives you a explanation, you have to accept it, Mr. Speaker. I accept it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Public Accounts Committee and the Auditor General for a good job done. I've gone through the report. These were some of the things that some media personalities have been embarking upon. Some DCs, like the Honorable Haruna Idrisu has said, are all lamenting on it. But I think the representatives of the people, we must treat this report with the seriousness that it deserves. Mr. Speaker, why or how did we get here? It's because for the past 2 years or 3 years, we used to say there need to be a reconciliation of the Committee of Local Government and the Minister for Finance and the Administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to know the actual figures, the guidelines, the usage, and all those things. Mr. Speaker, this was not being done. And that is how we got to this place. The report talks a lot about Zoom Lion. It talks a lot about using the Disassembly Common Fund, some assemblies using the Disassembly Common Fund for recurrent expenditure, and some abandoning the district assembly common fund project that they themselves have awarded, about 312 of them. Mr. Speaker, if the district assembly common fund is common or it comes frequently, it will enable the assemblies to be able to budget and know that I can start constructing 6-unit classroom from maybe April with the fourth quarter. Then by the time the third quarter comes by December, I'll be able to finish and pay. But Mr. Speaker, what happens is that you get the fourth quarter somewhere in September. As I speak to you, the whole of 2023, no peso has been given to Zoom Lion. No peso has been given to YE. Even none of the quarters, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, has not been given to the administrator for this assembly common fund. So what happens is that she then goes and takes the fourth quarter and pays something on account. So that's what is paid is something, but it is on account, but not the actual figures that are supposed to be paid. You go and give something like 200,000 or 236,000 to a whole district assembly as part of maybe fourth quarter of this assembly common fund. Whereas the actual figure, if the 5% constitutional figure had been calculated correctly, and the release letter from the Ministry of Finance given to the administrator for this assembly common fund, everybody will know how much each person is entitled to. Mr. Speaker, that is not done. A case in point is when this on-account issue started and members started agitating, then they asked for the release letters. So now, when the leader directed, the release letters have come and those reconciliations are being done. So clearly, there is a problem at hand to be solved. And when you meet the Finance Ministry and the Administrator for this Assembly Common Fund, when they are met by the Parliament, your Parliament by Article 936, this Assembly Common Fund Act 936, says that Parliament shall have oversight responsibility, which shall control the Administrator for Common Fund or the Chief of Staff. But once we are not doing that, the Minister for Local Government, we have that mandate now, but it used to be the Minister for Local Government who used to control the Administrator for Common Fund. By the Act 936, we took that mandate from the Local Government Minister and gave it to Parliament or the Office of the President. But you've taken that responsibility, meaning you must do that job. So it is a duty of Parliament to do the reconciliation. The Assembly Common Fund to tell us how much she receives and to show us the release letter that she has gotten from the Minister for Finance about the revenues that have been accrued to the country for the quarter. Then we can now calculate 5% of it and know how much the administrator has been given and how much should be sent to the district assemblies and how much should be spent as the common fund per quarter per MP per district. If that is not done, then we sit here, then common fund is paid on account. What, Mr. Speaker? That is what results to some of those abandoned projects, and that's what results to the correct money is being paid, not being paid. Mr. Speaker, even district development fund, the country pays a counterpart fund, then the donors pay the others. Mr. Speaker, that one too, projects awarded under that are also abandoned. And when you do that, you fail the next D part. This assessment test, you fail. And once you fail, you are not considered to be given money for the development of the district again. So these are serious issues that we must not sweep this report under carpet. We must take it seriously. And know that whatever has been said here is taken seriously. I just as I've said, once you have a contract with Zoom Lion that you pay him quarterly, when you get your money quarterly, pay him. Don't accumulate it for 1 year. You don't give me anything. Meanwhile, the contract is still standing. The amount is accruing. But in future, you will pay. So who is losing? These are serious issues that we must take into consideration. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I believe your leadership and your Committee on Local Government are taking the reconciliation figures very serious. And the true figures, Mr. Speaker, will come out. The true figures will come out. So the assemblies will get the required amount MPs will get the required amount and those projects will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the advantages of the construct of governance that we have, as expressed in the district, municipal, and metropolitan authorities, cannot be gainsaid. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty that I have with this report is that even though it is on the management and utilization of this Assembly's Common Fund and other statutory funds for the financial year ended 31st December 2021, the report ends up talking only about the Assembly's Common Fund. There are other statutory funds. No. Statutory funds. And the statutory funds include, for instance, debt fund. And I thought I was looking out for it. It's not here. Unless you're telling us that you're going to do another report on those other statutory funds.
This is the title of the report of the Auditor General. The title of the report of the Auditor General. So we are limited to what is contained in that report. That's all.
Mr. Speaker, that is the issue that I wanted to bring up. That if they made a mistake, we don't have to repeat it. Because we are looking at other statutory funds, and that includes the debt fund. Of course, I do know that for the Petroleum Holding Fund, which is also another statutory fund, there could be a different report. But once we put everything together, that we are dealing with the Disassembly Common Fund and other statutory funds, then necessarily it should include those other statutory funds. That's my difficulty. We have the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, for instance, which is a statutory fund. And so we should make the distinction. I agree with him that maybe it's a title that the Auditor General used. And I'm just saying that if they made a mistake, we should not follow them on that path. Or perhaps next time to tell them that if they have to do the separation, then the title should be different. Otherwise, this is very, very misleading. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is on the Disassembly's Common Fund, and that is the funds to the MMDAs. Is it the case that you are going to have another report on those other funds that go to the assemblies? For instance, the internally generated funds. Come again? You do that one differently. Oh, okay. So we want to look at the imperatives of Article 240, in fact 245, the taxes, rates, duties, and fees that they have collected, they have rating, and if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, then I will not proceed further. But as I said, we should look at the title of the document. Is so misleading. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we can deal with item 61.
Item 61. Yes, by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of District Assembly, that is actually the IGF, for the financial year ended 31st December 2021. So, Speaker, I present your committee's report. The Hansa should capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I read some sections. So, Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the District Assembly for the period ending 31st December 2021 was presented to the House by Honorable Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Frank Anodompre, on Wednesday, 6 July 2022, and was referred to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and report. So, Speaker, the committee met the relevant assembly cited in the report and therefore come up with this report. So, Speaker, the Auditor General again also categorized the irregularities into 5 sections: cash, payroll, access to stores, statutory tax deductions, and contract irregularities. Mr. Speaker, the total irregularity identified in the report is 13.4 million Ghana cedis for the year 2021. So, Speaker, time of the committee public hearing, the total amount of 9.9 million, that is 74.4% out of the total infraction of 13.6 million has been resolved, leaving a balance of 3.4 million or 25.56%. That is captured on page 9 in table 4 of the report. So, Speaker, the committee made an observation. This is captured under insufficient revenue collection, about 1.7 million Ghana cedis, that the Auditor General noted that 31 assemblies paid a total sum of 3.2 million Ghana cedis to 176 revenue collectors as compensation. But the total revenue collected by these 176 revenue collectors is 1.5 million, leaving a negative variance of 1.77 million. Now, this is in contravention of Section 52 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 and 921. The Auditor General recommended that the management of the defaulting or defaulted assembly should enforce revenue targets for revenue collectors. And at the time the committee met, the committee was informed that based on the recommendation of the Auditor General, many of the assembly have instituted measures and they've set up revenue target for the revenue collectors, and action is yielding positive results. Many of the revenue collectors are now collecting above their salaries, except 47 revenue collectors from 7 assemblies. I have for North South 3 revenue collectors, Echuman Wabieja North 3 revenue collectors, Old Tafo Municipal 2 revenue collectors, Achimansan District Assembly 9 revenue collectors, Kwahu East District Assembly 9 revenue collectors, Fantiakwa South District Assembly 8 revenue collectors, and Esunafo South District Assembly 13 revenue collectors. They are not able to meet their target. Mr. Speaker, the committee actually attributed this inefficient revenue collection to ineffective supervision of the work of the revenue collectors by the district assembly or accounts officers. The committee recommends to the Ministry of Finance and local government, decentralization and rural development to consider ceasing from recruiting revenue collectors for the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, this is because these revenue collectors are paid directly by government, and so they actually don't bother on what they collect. Or either they collect but they don't account for it. So the recommendation is that if the recruitment of these revenue collectors are ceded to the assembly, they will have a full control over them, and therefore if they recruit you, you are able to collect. They will relieve you of your job. So that the committee, in view of this, committee will think that this will compel the assembly to assume the full responsibility for the recruitment, supervision, and remuneration of all revenue collectors at assemblies, and to ensure that revenue collectors are not paid more than the revenue they generate for the assemblies. This is a recommendation that the committee is proposing to the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Local Government. So, Speaker, conclusion. A review of the report of the Auditor General revealed persistent weak internal control systems in all assemblies, resulting in the failure of the account officers and other unit heads to adhere to the financial management rules and the regulations on a daily basis. The committee recommends to the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, together with the heads of the MMDAs, to implement all the recommendations captured in the report and the report of the Public Accounts Committee in accordance with Section 88 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, on the accounts of district assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2021, with its recommendations in accordance with Order 165.3 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Yes, honourable members. Yes, Deputy Ranking, you're here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would want to highlight the point you raised about district assemblies not having full control over revenue collectors at the various districts. Mr. Speaker, in our observation, you realize that people have been employed, and if you are to put together the amount of monies that they take as against the revenues that they collect, you realize that the country is largely being shortchanged. And so, just like my chairman recommended, we would want that the assemblies have direct control over the employment of these people, so that they benchmark that with the revenue that they get. And we think that when they do so, there will be value for money, and the state and the assemblies would get some monies to work with. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we put in place some proper measures. You realize that assemblies sometimes go overboard. I mean, they touch monies that they are not supposed to, and it becomes problematic. And when it appears before us, you see them rushing to go and rectify it, paying back into the common fund. They take money that are not supposed to be taken. And for me, it's one of the flaws of the Public Financial Management Act that I think that quickly we need to arrest. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee as moved by my chairman. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion number 61. Mr. Speaker, the committee at its deliberation observed that about 191 MMDs involved in cash irregularities were captured in the report. Again, we also identified about 92 of them also involved in payroll irregularities. 13 of these agencies or assemblies did not also deduct taxes, or in some cases when they deduct the taxes, they fail to remit same to the GRA. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to payroll irregularities, Mr. Speaker, some staff of these assemblies who separate from the assemblies continue to receive salary even when they are not at post. The laws are clear. What to do when somebody is no more working with you, but the assemblies have failed in reporting to ensure that their salaries are stopped. And so the committee made recommendations that officers who are supposed to do validation, when they fail to do that at the right time, they should be charged for those errors that they would have committed. Mr. Speaker, we also identified the issue of contract irregularities. And here we're talking about assemblies awarding contracts to contractors and going ahead to pay them sometimes more than 60%, even before they start the execution of the projects. What normally will happen is that once they receive the money, they abandon the projects and then they are unable to complete the projects, and it becomes an albatross around the necks of the assemblies. Already they've gotten their money and they are gone. So I've recommended that before you pay, wait, certificates are raised, certify that work has been done before you pay the contractor. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that some revenues were not collected within this period relating to rents, rates, and fees, totaling about 4 million. And this happens when assemblies are supposed to take revenue from staff and other members who are benefiting from the housing scheme of the assemblies. Now, normally, they're very reluctant to take such rents. And sometimes even stores that are under them, they are unable to get the revenue. But we realize that they have done some work, and so they were able to retrieve 2.8 million out of the 4 million, leaving an outstanding amount of 1.2 million. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to point out, like my chairman said, the inefficiencies in revenue collection. Inefficiency in revenue collection, where you have revenue collectors taking their full salary and enjoying the salary, and yet they are unable to collect revenue even to match the amount of money that they would have been earning. For instance, you have a situation where 2-3 revenue collectors will take, let's say, 150,000 Ghana cedi annually, or let's say monthly, but let's say annually. Then these same people, these same revenue collectors annually would collect, let's say, 30,000 Ghana cedi.
They are not worth it.
What it means is that if you ask them to even go home, it's better. And so we have asked that such assemblies should give targets to the revenue collectors and ensure that they are given the necessary logistics to be able to meet their targets. Because it doesn't make sense to pay somebody more than the person is contributing. And so that observation was made, and the appropriate recommendation was also made. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to call on the House to adopt the report. Thank you.
Yes, I draw first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Public Accounts Committee that is being discussed on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make my contributions based on what has been provided for on page 6, bulletin 6.3 of the report and 6.5 of the report. 6.3 on page 6 of the report, Mr. Speaker, is headlined Assets and Stores Management Irregularities, and 6.5 is Contract Irregularities. Mr. Speaker, we're being told that based on the Auditor General's report that were being perused by the Public Accounts Committees, depicted a number of contract irregularities, and this is not new to the Auditor General's report. Every year, this item or irregularity is captured. Mr. Speaker, I think that the district assemblies moving forward, based on the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committees, I think should not venture into projects that have not been budgeted for. Mr. Speaker, they go ahead without having the resources for execution, go ahead and sign contracts with contractors. They start projects sometimes without mobilization, and then in the middle of the project, it is abandoned for lack of funds. Mr. Speaker, you go around all the district assemblies across the whole nation, and you have countless numbers of projects that are abandoned or uncompleted. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to coordinate, the district assemblies need to really coordinate their programs and projects and make sure that indeed they are resourced before they go ahead signing contracts. Mr. Speaker, we are told in the report, as they appeared, the district assemblies appeared before the Public Accounts Committees to answer to these irregularities. We are told that sometimes even monitoring reports and certificates that need to be presented for payment to be done are not done, yet payments are made to contractors. And that is why year and year in or year in, year out, we find out that it is captured in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, as a country, I think that the local government administration process needs to be strengthened, because even members of parliament, with our little common fund that we get in the constituency, we're able to manage and target and prioritize and make sure that we monitor the very little projects that our releases allow us to utilize. So I don't think that the district assemblies are any different from the district assembly common fund that are allocated to the MPs. So we have to utilize what we have in our coffers. And I think that moving forward, if we're able to exercise that oversight function well over the district assemblies, we won't have these irregularities of contracts being awarded, money's not being there, contracts being awarded and the proper contracts not being signed, projects being abandoned, and having unbudgeted projects in our various district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move on to 6.3, and under that is captured as assets and stores management irregularities, part of our procurement process. And if items or assets and goods and services are procured, it is only proper that in the line of our procurement or purchasing and supply chain, that stores will take records of this, so that monies that are released for these procurements indeed can tally with the store's records that we have in our district assemblies. It is captured in the reports of the Auditor General in almost all the district assemblies, that indeed sometimes procurements are done, but stores doesn't have the records to prove that indeed these items were received by the district assemblies, and for that reason a justification for its payment. I think that, Mr. Speaker, moving forward, we have to task our district assemblies to be able to do the proper recording of these assets and goods that come there. Mr. Speaker, we are moving towards digitalization. We're moving towards a paperless economy. We're moving towards more advancements and innovation. So I'm sure that I'm proposing that moving on, the district assemblies should also take on some of these IT platforms that are made available. They should consult them and make sure that they develop some kind of database for them that will cut out the human aspect where somebody has to actually go and count items and make sure that is received. There are more advanced ways, Mr. Speaker, I believe, of doing these things. And if we mention some of these irregularities will be found missing in our Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, I think these are the two comments that I wanted to make based on the report that has been presented on the floor. I urge all members to also contribute and support the adoption of the report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member still wish to make a comment? Does still wish to contribute to the debate? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by the Chairman of Public Accounts Committee. The Chairman, I just have some few words I want to make. Quite apart from the cash irregularities and payroll irregularities, there were certain observations that the committee did. We realized that when we're engaging the assemblies, we came to the understanding that some of the assemblies were able to implement some of the recommendations that were previously made. Especially in the northern region, when we went there, we realized that most of the assemblies, the infractions that usually brings them to the Public Accounts Committee were not captured. So, I mean, the chairman of the committee commended these assemblies that were able to do well. And one thing I would also like to add is that I think the role that the regional coordinating councils, the head of service, and the local government ministry are supposed to provide, that is the technical support to these assemblies, because we came to realize that the IGF generated by these assemblies were nothing to write home about. And we've been hearing about property addressing system. I will appeal that local government regional coordinating councils and the head of local government service should find ways to ensure that we implement this property addressing system fully, so that assemblies will be able to generate the income that is needed to run those assemblies. Then another observation that I would also like to add has to do with the those revenue collectors who are on GOG. Like Honorable Yusuf indicated, we realize that some of these people were performing below expectation. So I still appeal to Head of Local Government Service to find ways, though we have made recommendations to various assemblies to give them targets, but we have done this severally and it is not working. So, Mr. Speaker, I will still appeal to Head of Local Government Service and the ministries to find ways to address this very challenge. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I request the House to approve this motion moved by the chairman. Thank you.
Yes, the leaders wish to comment. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on this motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, once again, I must commend the Public Accounts Committee for a good job now. Mr. Speaker, revenue generation is one of the headaches in our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. The Committee of Local Government took it upon ourselves to visit about 154 district assemblies in this country. And Mr. Speaker, the fundings that we had are no different from what the Committee for Public Accounts Committee has brought out here. Mr. Speaker, the observations and recommendations by the committee on collected revenue. This is one of the most serious problems that we have in our district assemblies. And if you check paragraph 9.1, uncollected revenue of 4.1 million, 4,121,615 cedis, 13 pesos. Mr. Speaker, we've just finished talking about non-release of this Assembly Common Fund. And you yourself, the IGF that you are entitled to at the local level, you have failed to collect that one. Meanwhile, you are waiting for somebody to collect his and bring you 5% in the form of common fund. Mr. Speaker, does it make sense? We went round, and these were questions we asked them. Most of them, even the district, the telecommunication mast, that the MTN, Vodafone, and all those are supposed to pay yearly fee to the assemblies. The assemblies are unable to collect that one. Then they go and outsource it to a third party to collect it, take a commission, and bring them the rest. Meanwhile, you have employed revenue collectors in the assembly. So revenue collectors have now become like sedentary workers. They go and sit in the office like the accountants and the budget officers. Meanwhile, your duty is to be a revenue collector, go out and collect revenue and bring it to the assembly. Then you will come and sit down, then the duty you are supposed to do, then you outsource it. We went around about 154 districts. This was their challenge. The committee came and did serious observation. Then we engaged the stakeholders and said they must make sure that outsourcing of that revenue collection should not be done. Then in most assemblies, they have said that about 47 revenue collectors were paid about 3.3 million. Meanwhile, they collect 1.5 million. Where will the remaining 1.5 million, Mr. Speaker, come from? You are paid 3 million. At the end of the month, you have collected 1.5 million. Meaning you are not able to collect even your salary. Meanwhile, you are waiting for salary. Where will it come from? These are genuine challenges we face as a country. But Mr. Speaker, this is how they are employed. You are engaged as a commission revenue collector. So you are paid on commission basis. Then after some time, if you are able to improve upon your collections, then they mechanize you. The same person who was doing well when he was paid on commission basis, after some time, once they become mechanized, then they relax. Then another commission worker will be collecting. When he improves and he's mechanized, then he relaxes. So you have so many revenue collectors who are mechanized, but there are still commission revenue collectors. But the mechanized one are not doing the work as they are supposed to do. Then the commission one will come to you, so I have to be mechanized. He is telling you that mechanizing so that he also relax. Mr. Speaker, I think the time has come for us to revisit the mode of employing revenue collectors in our revenue generation centers. And the recommendation by the committee, Mr. Speaker, that we must allow the district assemblies themselves to do recruitment of the revenue collectors so that they will have full control. Mr. Speaker, it will be worse. DCE and DFO will tell the revenue collector that today is Friday. And Mr. Speaker, on Friday, once they tell you today is Friday, it will be Friday.
One of the former MMDCs, they are being accused of Friday revenue not accounted for. Is that what it said?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one of the former DCE is here. Former DCE, former Deputy Minister for.
Where's my friend Dapo?
Youth and Sports.
Abim Dapo.
And Western Housing. Then Honorable Gifa was the former Deputy Minister for Tourism. But as for the former DCEs, Mr. Speaker, they are not here.
This allegation has gone on for a while. I want to hear them in respect of that.
Mr. Speaker, they also enjoy Fridays. Mr. Speaker, so clearly there are challenges, and the report has gone further to say that beyond the uncollected revenue, there is inefficient revenue collection. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, there is misappropriation of revenue collected. So you know you've not been able to collect. The one that you have collected, you are inefficient. And the little you've collected, you've misappropriated that one. And you are waiting for common fund. So, Mr. Speaker, if the idea is that we must make sure we build their capacity, their numbers must be downsized. Revenue collectors are overstaffed. Most of the assemblies are overstaffed when it comes to revenue collectors. So if you read the report, Asonafu South, 3 collectors. Achumanga Biaja District, 3 collectors. Kou East District, 9 collectors, 8 collectors, 9 collectors. These are those who could non-performing ones. Meaning that those who could perform are there. Now, because when you go and the team meets you and you say do self-introduction, even the mechanized revenue collectors are many and they are paid at the end of the month, and they still have commission revenue collectors. So this is a serious challenge. Meanwhile, a major function has also been taken from them, and that is the property rate collections. Central government has taken that one. Meanwhile,
was anybody collecting that property rate? Was anybody collecting that? Whether at the big cities like Kumasi, Accra, or
that one to once the central government took that one, that has also become worse. Maybe we'll have to take that one next time. But I'm saying that the same mechanized revenue collectors are there, and the central government has taken part of their funds. Meanwhile, he's still paying them, and they are also not collecting what they are supposed to collect. So we will keep on talking about erratic nature of common fund, erratic nature of fund releases. But if we don't focus and take critical look at the revenue collection centers, the Speaker, the problem may not be able to solve it. Then the last point, the Speaker, for me to conclude, was unpresented value books. The value books are the books they are supposed to use in the collection of the revenue. The Speaker, and if you look at the number of assemblies that could not present some value books for auditing. The Speaker, in accounting, when a book is you are being deprived of a book for auditing, it means it raises your suspicion. And one critical assembly, look at Accra Metropolitan Assembly. 5 GCRs could not be presented for auditing. The Speaker, this where we are. 5 GCRs, Accra Metropolitan Assembly. Then Pro-Work, 3. The Speaker, in Greater Accra region here. And I'm not imputing improper motives to anybody, and I think the auditors knew why they included these serious things in the report, auditing. We must take governance serious, and to whom everybody must brighten the corner where we are. Else we'll keep on talking about those issues and they will keep on recurring. It's like we are joking with the problem. But Mr. Speaker, these are serious matters that we must address. Even after the auditing, 29 GCRs out of the 295, after the auditing. And I think we must not joke with this. If I lay a hand in one of their valuables, even though I'm not a mechanized staff, I can make money. So these are serious issues that we must address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I don't want to talk too much, but I think the committee has done a good job, and the auditors also did a very good job. If we continue like this, Ghana will grow.
Yes, leader. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And let me also add my voice to commend the Public Accounts Committee for a good job done. Mr. Speaker, the infractions are legion. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at page 10. Page 10, uncollected revenue. It says the audit disclosed that 63 MMDAs failed to collect revenue. They failed to collect revenue in areas of rent, rates, and fees. 63. That's more than, it's close to a quarter of all the disassemblies in the country. They failed to do this. And, Mr. Speaker, the amount involved, rent, rates, fees, total 4,121,615 Ghana cedis and 13 pesos. The amount involved of all the rent, rates, and fees involving 63 MMDAs is only 4,121,615 Ghana cedis. That's the figure given to the auditors, which figure has been quoted by the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, now, if we are even to engage ourselves, not on rent, not on fees, but on rates, and on the rates limit ourselves to only property rates, and this is 2021. Government have not yet taken over. Mr. Speaker, the property in the country, houses in the country, as established by the Population and Housing Stock Census of 2020, is 8.5 million. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that, on the average, if the 24% lost out in 4.12 million, on the average, we are talking about a loss of 16.5 million. Of all rent, rates, and fees for the 261 MMDs in the country. What is it? Yes, I'm saying this in respect of 63 assemblies. If you extrapolate to the 261 assemblies, right, it will translate everything being equal to our 16.5 million. No, I'm just saying, if we do a simple arithmetic.
Mr. Speaker, I am trying to follow what the majority leader is doing, but I think that it should take into consideration what we captured, the 4.1. It is the portion of the revenue which they failed to collect. It doesn't mean that that is the total revenue they are expected to collect. This is a portion they failed to collect. Yes.
So they took some. That is informative. Mr. Speaker, I'm just relating it to what the central administration is collecting. First of all, we are dealing with, as I said, 8.5 million houses in the country. Assuming, that's on rates alone, assuming on the average, the rate for each of the 8.5 million houses is 100 cedis. What will it translate to? To translate to 850 million. Assuming the average is 100 cedis, 850 million. Mr. Speaker, go to the 2021 report. And what they collected is less than 80 million. Throughout the country, it's less than 80 million. 261 assemblies. That's the point I'm making. So they were not doing good, and today we are talking about, is it 30 million or so? When it came central, to the central administration, about 30 million. What are we doing to ourselves? Even if we are charging averagely 100 cedis, it should yield 850. The Speaker, the structures in this country, if they are properly valued, and we are taking about 1,000 cedis on the average per each house, it should yield 8.5 billion. So if you are collecting 30 million, what is it? It's a whole disservice to ourselves. And we go to the IMF, we are looking for 600 million, which translates to how much? Which translates to how much? Less than 8.5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the issue that I want to bring to the fore. Then we have the inefficient revenue collection, 31 assemblies. Mr. Speaker, that is on page 12. That 31 assemblies paid a sum of 3,277,739 Ghana cedis to 176 revenue collectors as compensation. But the total revenue they collected, the amount they brought in, was 1,504,004 Ghana cedis, then 80 pesos. So if they had not done anything, we have not recruited them, and assemblies have not done any collection, the assemblies would have been richer by 1.77 million. So why do that? Pretend to be offering employment to some people. At the end of the day, they are a burden. I mean, what is that? How do we justify this? How do we justify this? Mr. Speaker, so I think that the least we can do is to recommend the immediate dismissal of those people by the assemblies. You cannot pretend to be collecting revenue, and at the end of it, we have to use common fund, because you are not able to bring in the revenue. I will have to use common fund to pay you. How do we justify that? How do we justify that? Mr. Speaker, assembly members are not to be paid the allowances that they are paid. They are not to be paid out of the common fund, but from IGI, internally generated funds. Now you go and you yourself, you cannot bring in the necessary amount. You have to be paid from the common fund. What does it mean? What it means is that assembly members then are also going to be paid from the common fund. That's the necessary implication. It means that for those assemblies, they have to use common fund to pay the allowances of the assembly members. And that is obviously against the law. So, Mr. Speaker, there's much more to talk about these revelations. And I would entreat, because as I keep saying, these are reports from the Auditor General that the Public Accounts Committee has acted on. What has been the outcome of the inquiries by our own Committee on Local Government? If they had been proactive, this thing would have come out perhaps long ago, not now. But our committees, and I keep lamenting what work our committees are doing. If they are acting proactively, they should be coming out with this. Now we are dealing with them as a post-mortem exercise. That's the tragedy of our times. Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of allocating resources, funds, to the various committees of this House. I guess by next week we'll be through with it. We should expect the committees to use these allocations to do this work. The Speaker, to be pursuing the charge that is being imposed on them by the Constitution and by others, in order to save us and indeed the nation of the reckless dissipation of funds that we see every week, every month, every year. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, before I put the question, let me share some of my own observations. At least I've been an assemblyman, an elected assemblyman for 4 years, so I know what goes on a little. As an MP, I also observe. Now, the first thing is that we, politicians, elected officials, we make people believe that one government put something here, it's for them to use for free. If you go to any one of the market stalls, you see the amount of money the assemblies charge, or those in whom the stores have been giving. Compare with how the owners also rent it out. They pay. Market women came to me at Bekwai complaining that they've been asked to pay 500 Ghana. So I asked them, if you compare 500 Ghana for 5 years or so, ask them if you compare how many cedis a year. And they were sitting there. And many of you have actually really let those out at 300 cedis a month. But they have the courage to come and complain. Because they think that as an MP, you're entitled to fight for them, to take it for free. They'll say it's government property. That's one of the challenges we are dealing with. I think it is time we made people understand that government often borrows to build those things there. At the very least, we must collect enough to maintain them. Just because, government, we take it for free, and then when we use it, deteriorate it, then we come back. Assembly, look at how our market is doing. We don't get anything back. I think it is time we stood up and fought for some of these things. Second thing is that the assemblies, where are the MMDCs? The IGF, they use it. They use the IGF for their social activity. There's one there. In Graza also I did my district my assembly, national service at the assembly. And I know for a fact that the revenues that come, they manage it such that, in fact, it's practically their everyday uses, all the district assemblies. But we can do better if we were actually taking time to determine the true revenue we should get. I'm not sure many of the assemblies know how many tables are in their markets. So to be able to tell that I have 10 stalls, 50 tables, so many shops, therefore you should bring me this, It's either they don't do it or they deliberately ignore that. So I think a lot of it depends on people leading, wanting to bring the change. It is up to us. We can generate the revenue, we can account for it properly, and we can determine that 50% of that is used for managing the assembly. I understand they have that challenge, but so far it doesn't appear to me that the MMDCs are interested in properly collecting and accounting and distributing the revenue for the benefit of the community. They consider that as their private one, and they use it so. Do you want to make a comment? I was saying that DCU should talk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Sorry, Deputy Local Government.
Yes.
No, I want to hear an MC or
No,
DC.
I was also a former MC.
Oh, you're a former MC,
yes,
very well.
Yes. We were colleagues, actually. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty is to do with the way leakages are the assemblies. Most of the assemblies are not collecting the revenues. And the revenues are going into individuals' pockets. In fact, if you come to my assembly, for example, few people are taking the revenues for themselves. The assembly itself is not actually getting the revenue. You bond somebody, you give them collection book, they will go and collect more than what they are having, but they will come back with a collection book. Also, Mr. Speaker, in fact, if you come to like property rate, they don't go for the property rate at all. They are comfortable, and they are not, most of them, I remember somebody saying that they keep the revenue. They don't even have it at all because they don't go for it. If you go to the markets, the leakage is to do with the collective. Those who are collecting the revenue, they keep the money. It's not to do with actually the assembly having the money. It doesn't go to the assembly at all. So it's high time the assemblies do their best, go in there, collect the revenues, and make sure the revenues they are collecting are coming back to the assembly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, well, let me hear you also.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also believe that most of the district chief executives, to me, are not up to the task. Most of them are very comfortable with the common fund that they receive. And you know, common fund, instead of capital expenditure, most of them would like to use on recurrent expenditure, especially fuel and training and other things. And I believe that if local government, the ministers, enforce the usage of common fund, so that most of them, percentages of the common fund are invested in capital projects, that will compel them to be more serious with the collection of the IDF. I believe that the local government ministry have a lot to do, a stake in this, by enforcing, at least, if we want to measure the performance of these assemblies, the percentage of investment in capital expenditure is very, very critical, because most of them are very comfortable in the usage of common fund for recurrent expenditure fuel. And can you even believe that I have an example of a DCE even going to point sources, water, point sources, to pick the revenue that he made there, because he doesn't have money to buy fuel. So he will just go there directly without receipt, just to collect money so that they can use that to fuel their cars. And it's so serious. And I believe that the committee that have responsibility over local government, there's a lot they can do. And in future, let's ensure that we have former DCs on those committees, because we have a lot to share on a committee like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Whilst we are commenting on it, let me commend the Ashaman Municipal Assembly. We visited there once, and what we saw was amazing. Every house in Ashaman has been programmed in a computer. And the accounting officer, just a person with disability, jumps onto his chair, he opens it, and if you have paid your property rate, it shows green. If you have paid red, if you have not paid, it shows red. So if he punches red, then a notice is immediately automatically sent to your address. I saw very experienced, beautiful thing. I tried to implement it in my constituency. I said, oh, Minister of Finances will bring us a consultant. To date, nothing. But some people are doing well, and as chairman, I must mention specifically for the way they have programmed their revenue collection, yes, property rate in particular. Yes, leader, you wanted to say something?
Well, Speaker, some two colleagues spoke about what responsibility that the Minister for Local Government has in reining in the disassemblies and also the disassemblies Common Fund Administrator. Mr. Speaker, I was just drawing attention to what law that we ourselves are fashioned in this House. And Parliament has oversight over the administrator. Now, it's no longer the Minister for Local Government. The Speaker, because we took a cue from Article 71. We took a cue from Article 71, where all those constitutional creatures that have been listed under 71 do not come under the purview of superintending ministers. That's what we did. I am not even too sure whether what we did was appropriate because, Mr. Speaker, the other person who is also mentioned under Article 71, the Lands Commission, is superintended over by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. However, we arrived at that decision and took the administrator. I'm saying that he is also under the minister. He's the only one that comes under the supervision of a minister. Local government used to be, administrator used to be under local government. We took it out. So that's the difficulty. And if you have done so, then it's for Parliament to do what is appropriate.
Yes, Honorable Formally.
Speaker, I walk back to participate in this motion, but missed it narrowly. But having listened to the leader, I'm compelled to come on two accounts. One, his reference to Article 71, and to disagree with him that he should refer properly to Chapter 25. No, and I say what we've done is not right. We have to correct it. Mr. Speaker, Chapter 25 deals with decentralization and local government. It begins with Article 240, and the Almighty Common Fund is under Article 252. So the Constitution envisages that all matters relating to this chapter of the Constitution is dedicated to decentralization and local government. Mr. Speaker, we cannot divorce policy from spending. There's a relationship. When you are spending in pursuit of a policy. Yes, Parliament should oversight Common Fund, but the relationship with policy is still important. But Mr. Speaker, whilst I wanted to rise, is because, leader, you are here, and Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer. We are not doing justice to the people of Ghana. Parliament, we are not. And Mr. Speaker, I have repeatedly brought up this matter. It is always resolved in an assurance. And Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Article 187 of the Constitution. Now we are dealing with Public Accounts Committee's report. Every other time, embezzlement of money, misappropriation, what does Parliament do beyond the Public Accounts Committee report? So, Mr. Speaker, 1876, and I'm back to it again. He, the leader, gave me his assurance. Speaker Bagwin gave me an assurance. We must do right to the people of Ghana. And to do right is to enforce the letter and spirit of 1876. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I read. Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. 1993. 2023, Parliament of Ghana. Why? How many decades? So report back. So Mr. Speaker, he comes and reads the report. In fact, if we are not careful, persons who are affected will walk to court and cite the constitution that you cannot go ahead with any recommendations other than respecting Article 187, 6 of the constitution. So, Honorable Beji, beyond public accounts, who have we punished? Who have we punished? I've heard leaders talking about dismissal. I'm going to issue a letter here or from common fan, chairman of public account that you are dismissing somebody. So, Mr. Speaker, he is giving me assurance. This is not the first time I'm raising this matter. And so come and formally announce it here. And we know that Parliament has taken action. Yes, it should be a quasi-judicial body which must deal ruthlessly with people who are recklessly misappropriating public funds. I thank you.
I looked at Order 1876 and I saw the notes I made on it. It reminded me of the debate we had here. I was sitting, that's right there. And Honorable Doyajaho was eager. We will set the committee, we will do this, and that Parliament, by a fusion of time, expired. And so I'm talking about us, probably just not eager to do anything. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the member for Tamale South was not with us yesterday. I related to this in extenso, and I said we should go back to the basics and then address the matter. I spoke to it yesterday. In fact, after we finished, I engaged the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. When we finished, I engaged the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and said to him that that exercise was started by the current minister responsible for national security when he was the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. And he engaged the then Chief Justice on the composition of that committee. So I was saying that we should go back to it and see where we left it. Yes, and then if it's possible, before we adjourn on the 22nd of this month, have that body constituted. But I've engaged him on that. And I think that should be the way forward for us, Mr. Speaker. So, unfortunately, the member was not with us. But it's good that he has reiterated the point that we made yesterday.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the report. Say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if we can suspend sitting for 45 minutes and come back at 6. I'm informed that many of the reports are in the incubator. The incubator, they need to come out. So let's give ourselves 45 minutes and come out. It should be 5. Oh, I'm sorry, 5 o'clock. You're not counted as optical illusion, right? So we'll come back at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the leader. We have a lot of work to do. But he knows that when you ask people to come to work after 5 p.m., it comes with the necessary support system. So he should make himself ready.
Tell him today is Friday.
When we are coming back at 5 o'clock.
Tell him today.
Very well, honourable members. Sitting is suspended at 5 p.m. Yes, majority leadership. Any indication? Yes.
Speaker, earlier on we had taken item 6K II on page 7 of today's order paper. And Speaker, we are expected to have the chairman of the committee present a report. And I'm reliably informed that it is, because it is for the information of the House, we don't have to come under motion. Speaker, with your leave, if you may permit the chair of the committee to present the report of the item I just spoke to, 6K II on page 7.
Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, the agency of the report involves everything, so we can start it urgently.
Very well. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I wish to table the report earlier on, and my understanding is that the report had been late. And so the conclusion, I'll just ask the hands out to capture the full text of the report whilst I read the conclusion. The conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is that the passage of the Environmental Protection Bill is an important condition for the IMF program. Given the urgency of this requirement and having regard to the need for climate change legislation in Ghana, a leading African country championing climate action efforts, including holding the presidency of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, the committee favors the request to consider the Environmental Protection Bill under a certificate of urgency. The committee therefore invites the House to adopt its report on the determination of the urgency of the Environmental Protection Bill. Respectfully submitted.
Yes. Frank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with the report. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the committee met and had deliberations over the report, and EPA outlined the reasons why we need the bill and the certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 3 of the report, it is clear that this particular report is because it is a World Bank requirement. We need that urgently to be able to access some funds. And so if we are not able to get that, meet the timelines, then it could affect us in getting the funds as a country. I believe strongly that the climate change, the bill also has made sufficient provision to be able to fight for climate change, which we all agree is a critical matter before the entire globe. So EPA currently doesn't have sufficient muscle to be able to fight the climate change menace. And so we peruse the report and we realize that details have been made in the report for them to be able to crack their whip. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe strongly that if we are able to get this report through and get the bill through, it's going to step up our fight for climate change. Mr. Speaker, we, as a committee, we also feel that we need a climate change bill as a country because we have attended a number of programs and we have noticed that a number of countries have already passed their climate change bill into law. You can talk about Guinea, you can talk about Nigeria and other places. So as a country, we also need to pass that, because that gives us a better bargaining chip as a country. We would be able to fight for our fair share of the climate change benefit. Speaker, I think with these few words, I think that we should look at the consideration of the bill on the certificate of agency. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the report as submitted and seconded by the ranking member of the committee. Yes, Honorable
Speaker,
Leader.
The Committee of Environment met and considered this matter of a referral for the bill, the Environmental Protection Bill 2023, to be treated with urgency. Mr. Speaker, that finds space and for learners or for those our colleagues who want to appreciate the process of lawmaking. Mr. Speaker, you are very experienced at it. Sometimes these comments is to guide the new ones to learn our practice and procedure here. That ordinarily I was asking Table to furnish me with a copy of the bill, and I see the hesitation of Table, even though it is on its way. Because ordinarily, when a bill is late, for those of us who are learning, the first thing is to go to the Gazette notification to satisfy yourself whether the bill has been gazetted and whether the bill meets the requirement in Article 106 of the Constitution. Now, where you apply for agency, which has been the train driven by the majority leader, is to ask for exemption to Article 106, in particular 2, relying on Article 106(13), and Mr. Speaker, I quote, where it is determined by a committee of parliament appointed for the purpose that a particular bill is of an urgent nature. Of the preceding clauses of this article, other than clause 1 and paragraph A of clause 2, shall not apply. So it means that what is required in Article 106(2)A and others, Parliament will exempt this bill from going through it. And more importantly, the bill has to be taken through one day. So, Chairman, I spoke to the Honorable Tyler, who is a ranking member, Mr. Speaker. I needed his mandate because at the time that they were meeting, I had come back to the chamber, and he says that the chairman and the committee has his full support that this bill can be considered under certificate of urgency. So I speak favorably in support of it. We can look at it as an urgent bill and then get it through. Probably what chairman will need to do is to work when we make this determination with the leaders winnowing committee. Then they can clean it up and then we get it done as soon as practicable. Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and particularly commend my good friend, the Honorable Mafo, who's come to personify this crusade about environmental protection, awareness, and sustainability. So I think the reasoning behind we taking this bill as an urgent one is not lost on us. And the committee has done justice by itemizing the facts relating to it, particularly on deliverables of the IMF program, and also fostering resilience to shocks and climate change. So also because of the timelines associated with the program that the government or the executive has entered into, it's most appropriate that we take this action. Speaker, again, globally, the entire globe is gravitating towards a new regime of resilience, environmental protection, and all the narrative that we consider as appropriate under the climate change regime. So without much ado, I fully associate myself with the report, and urge the House to support the adoption of it as such. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the committee has done what is required of them to do by discussing the urgency or otherwise of the referral. What they've done is to make a determination in accordance with Article 106.30 that the bill is of an urgent nature. Mr. Speaker, it became necessary for it to be laid in the House to engage the committee to make a determination because, as you do know, if it had not been so done, it would have required the bill to be gazetted for at least 14 days before its entry into Parliament. And we don't have the luxury of time. So certainly they won't be able to comply with the 14-day requirement. Now, after the committee has made a determination of the urgency, it doesn't necessarily mean that within 1 day they should finish the bill. No. It doesn't necessarily mean that at all. They have between now and before we rise, because I understand what Ghana stands to benefit from may expire by the close of this month, which would mean that December 22nd, if we should adjourn and not be able to deal with it, then we'll lose out. It's the reason why it was brought under that certificate. But the committee can have further engagement on it between now, before we adjourn. So that, is it 20th, Dr. Marfo, is it 20th or 22nd? Is it the 20th of this month when we lose out if we don't finish with it? So I'm just saying that we are not required to deal with it in 1 day. So it's good they've made a determination. After they have done the determination, yes, then the minister or the ministry will now go and do the gazetting. So it is to do away with the 14-day requirements. Now it's for them to do the consideration of the bill. I don't know whether they've done it already, because they've not done it already. Good. So it's the determination of the agency that has been done. It is now for them to do the consideration of the bill. I don't know how many days required of them that they're required to do it. But then it is urgent because if we don't get it sorted out before the close of the year, I don't know whether it's 20th December or the close of the year. What? Before mid-December. Oh, okay. What it means is that now between then by the close of this week, then we have to deal with it. Friday is 15th, right? Friday is 15th. And it means that by Friday we ought to deal with it. Because of the imperatives contained in the bill, that if we don't do it, we'll lose out on the 300 million or so complete. So that's the basic thing. That's the But people are asking questions whether we have seen the bill. Because it came without gazetting, the committee will have to make that determination. And that's why I was urging them last week to finish with it early. Because then it will be gazetted and copies will be made available to us. Right? Now this discussion more or less is behind the curtain. Right? The committee alone. So after the determination, today, it will have to be gazetted tomorrow, and then copies will be made available to us. And then we don't have the luxury of time. That's between today and Friday. So, Dr. Marfo, you and your committee will have to work timelessly on this and have it delivered to us before Friday or latest Saturday, because Saturday we'll be sitting. So either Friday or Saturday we should finish with the bill. This week, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I thank the Committee of Environment but just that the committee, in writing the report, should have quoted the necessary articles and standing orders, so that when we read through, we may not, the leaders may not be straining themselves to explain these long processes to us. So, Speaker, when you go to Order 119, Agency of Bills of Article 106, so where it is determined and certified by the appropriate committee of the House, appointed in that behalf, that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, that bill may be introduced without publication. Copies of the bill shall be distributed to members and may be taken through all the steps in 1 day. So may be taken in 1 day, may be taken in 2 days, in 3 days. So it is May. So we have up to 21st or 22nd to be able to finish this. But Mr. Speaker, in doing this, I think when you meet Dr. Mafu in IPU, chairing the Climate Vulnerability Committee, the Speaker, you will be proud. And the Speaker, after doing all these things, if we are not able to pass this, I don't think we may be doing this country a great service. Sometimes you don't need to be told by either IMF or any external bodies that you need a climate change law or climate change legislation. Mr. Speaker, we all know recently we are all being visited by tidal waves, dam spillage, flood, and all those things. The effect of climate change is now real. The risk is as obvious even to the uninitiated to be able to see that where we are, we need legislations like this. So the committee has done a good job, even though it is external conditionality. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are passing it for ourselves. So I think once it has been said to be urgent, we must be able to strive to pass it within the shortest possible time. And by so doing, I will call on the members of the committee to assist leadership and all of us to be able to pass it within the shortest possible time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, this is only for the information of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the call for the bill to be expeditiously passed. This is why the majority leader should reconvene the Winnowing Committee. It is at this time that the Winnowing Committee must be sprung back to life, so that whilst business is heavy in the House, can spend more time dealing with the bill and submit it expressly for adoption. So that's my humble view on the matter. And you should spring the committee back to life so we can deal with these matters. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
I recognize the application for re-entry into the Winnowing Committee. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to stress this point, because sometimes it becomes a subject matter for contention. Article 103 clause 13 that we read. A determination is made by the committee, and the report that has come is for the information of the House. It's not for the House to approve or not to approve. It's the committee that is close to the authority to make the determination, which is what they've done. And they have come properly before us to inform the House of what they've done. That is it. But we should urge them, because we don't have the luxury of time between today and Friday, or as I said, latest. The committee is there. The Honorable, my dearest Robson, the committee is there. It's alive. Talk to the Honorable Ahiafo. We have been meeting. Except that you have not been availing yourself. Mr. Speaker, so we'll work assiduously and timelessly to deliver. I thank you very much.
Very well. Yes, leader.
We are all learning. And this statement, the last statement made by the leader, I will need your guidance on it. The agency of the bill, if the committee determines that the bill is of urgent nature, the committee reports to this house. And the Speaker, the committee reports with the report on the bill that this bill is of urgent nature. It is for the house to decide as to whether to approve or not to approve of that agency. Mr. Speaker, that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing. So if you are saying that what we've been doing is wrong, that one, I'll have no problem. But ever since I came here, when committee decides that the agency of bills are of urgent nature and therefore must be taken through, maybe taken through all the steps in one day, leader, sometimes it comes here and becomes contentious matter for debate. So if we are departing from that, fine. But I think that's what we've been doing.
They invite the House to argue. The Speaker, by way of information, you see, what we have been doing previously, the committee, after making the determination, will then go on to consider the referral. They come with a report. The determination is part of the report, right? Sometimes you stay with them for about 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month, and they will come and say to us that we determined that it is of urgent nature and we went on to do it. And that is wrong. They should inform us. That is what I have always insisted, that they should inform us. So when it comes in this report is for information. No, this is not the first time. It's been done, I think the Finance Committee has done on occasions lately. So that is the way to proceed. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, Speaker, thank you very much. I support that the bill be taken through as an urgent bill. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we appreciate why the framers of the Constitution required a 14 days Gazette notification. The Parliament should not think that because that we have the mandate to make laws, we should do so without stakeholder consultation and without engagement with the public, whose trust we exercise here. So the difficulty is when you are taking a bill through as an urgent bill, the public and stakeholders may not have opportunity to input into working to improve the bill. So I'm happy leader himself mentioned that the committee can still continue to engage, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a very weighty bill. Matters of environment, matters of climate change, this is Ghana's institution. We are providing a legal framework as to what they can do for us to deal with those challenges. So, leader says that in the past, he has always said that this is part of the committee's report. Since I haven't researched, I won't challenge you. But along the line, I'll share with Mr. Speaker. This one you said that let's take a decision on this urgent matter. Mr. Speaker wants to put a question. I say I haven't researched, so I won't challenge you. When I come with my research, then I'll show it to you. That there were matters you said that let's vote on the urgency of the bill before we consider. You even added that it has to be taken 1 day because that day you wanted it done 1 day. Same thing to environmental bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, just so that my colleague would not misrepresent what I stand for. You see, Mr. Speaker, financial bills. Financial bills are normally subjected to the urgent consideration. Especially when the budget comes, you never know, you may have to deal with the matter, the exigencies. And if you stay action for maybe 1 day, you may be in trouble. So they come usually under that certificate of urgency. And when they do come, you must consider saying within 1 day, right? But in this particular case, I'm just telling you that the result, one, is to avoid the 14-day gazette. which is what the Constitution also stresses. So we came under that cover, and mark my words, under that cover, not under that umbrella. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Okay, all right. Honourable members, as is being announced, it is for the committee to determine, not the House. So once the committee has determined that the bill is of an urgent nature, they inform us and they'll proceed to deal with it. So the House is accordingly informed and the committee shall proceed to deal with it in accordance with the Constitution.
I seek your guidance on this matter. Now, this report, is it adopted?
I did not give you the floor. Kindly resume your seat. Yes. What next?
Speaker, we have duly exhausted our business, so we are in your hands, and it's past 2 o'clock. So we are squarely in your hands.
Yes, minority.
Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker, the leader will, the whole house is for him, so he will speak last. The Speaker, just to say that the chairman and ranking members of the various committees should endeavor to make their reports ready so that we don't come and be looking for chairman. The Speaker, it is not easy to catch the eye of the committee of selection to be made a chair of a committee. And when it comes for you to deliver a report and we are searching for you, the Speaker, I don't think it's a good behavior that we must entertain. Most committees have a lot of referrals. And when we do this, then getting to the last day, we'll sit here up to 1 a.m. The Speaker, it will not do us a good thing. So I just want to say that these few days ahead of us, committee chairmen and ranking members should collaborate to make sure that the various referrals reports are available, so that as you are considering other estimates, those we can be passing them. Else, time is of essence, Mr. Speaker.
Probably they should all start from acting ranking to come to ranking before they get to chairman. Honourable Minister, we are closing. What is the issue?
Mr. Speaker, once we have the opportunity to advise, we should also come properly dressed to the House. My senior is not properly clothed. So, yes. For your information.
Honourable members, it is within my province to bring proceedings to a close. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Thursday, the 14th of December 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.